Well, you have a wedding tomorrow and two more over the following 2 weekends. That's a lot of weddings, Kronos. I thought I had it bad, where, like, there was a period of, like, 5 years where, like, I went to, like, at least two high profile to my social circle weddings, like, every year. Up to it, including the summer where both my brother and sister got married. What a time. Yeah, I think there's definitely such a thing as too many weddings. And particularly, I don't know what your experience is like, Chronos, but, like, during that period of, like, years where I had all those weddings to go to, I think literally one of them was in, like, driving proximity to me. Almost all of them, even the ones of friends who, like, lived close to where I was, had functionally destination weddings where I would have to fly and, like, make special accommodations. It's like, a lot of that time I was unemployed. It was a bad time for me. I ended up, like, missing a close friend's wedding because it was just like, I can't keep doing this. I'm just too poor. Like, it was a bad time for that to be happening in my life. Hi, Neko. Hi, everyone. There's lots of people. I'm so excited to see people. We got Kronos and Volpixie. We got Neko, Castle Argon there. Demolition. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, I know. Weddings are so crazy expensive, even if you're not throwing them. I, like, literally don't have a proper appreciation for how expensive throwing a wedding is. But, like, even just attending a wedding is, like, is very expensive. I think of having pizza time. You know what, Neko? I think it's pizza night. That's what I think. Maybe I'll even throw some of this in for fun. This is good. We got good energy. Ahoy, land lovers! It's me, your Captain Vasco speaking. I hope you're ready for some tricks, but not treats, because it's not quite October yet, but it is time for Ghost Trick. That's because it is Saturday, September the 30th, 2023, and our sort of pre-Halloween spooky game is Ghost Trick, which we are roughly halfway through. Roughly, I think. Last week, like, a lot happened. This game doesn't mess around with its pacing, which is great. So I don't remember quite where we started. I guess we started with, like, the red-haired girl detective Lynn had been murdered for, like, a second time in the same night, because it's like a Shakespearean play and that everything happens in the span of, like, a day. And so, like, we saved her from that, and then she, like, went into hiding, and gosh, I don't remember the order of events. I mean, like, basically, we found ourselves having to, like, investigate, like, a prison, and at some point we interacted with her, and she was like, I need you, like, I want to work together with you to solve mysteries, but in order to do that, I need you to use your ghost powers to go to this weird prison and, like, find out what's happening with a specific prisoner tomorrow. In the process, we've learned that somehow in the process of dying, we've lost the ability to read. We are illiterate, which is a lot. It's a lot to take in. We already died. We've already been told that by sunset, our spirit will fade away and cease to exist. And in the meantime, we're trying to use all the ghost powers that we inexplicably possess to keep girl detective Lynn alive and solve the mystery of why someone killed us. So eventually she came around to, like, we'll work together, we'll sort of use each other. So we investigate that prisoner, and we find out he's got nothing going on tomorrow. Unfortunately, this is bad news, because what it means is that he's going to be executed, because the only reason that a prisoner doesn't have a work schedule is because he's not working. And because we're talking about the American justice system, that means he's probably dead. Between then and where we're picking up tonight, we had a few more escapades where Lynn found herself in dangerous situations, and we had to rescue her from them so that she could continue to sort of help us investigate things, but mostly do whatever it is she wants. At some point, she's going to rendezvous with her roommate, Camilla, and bestest boy, Missile, but we still haven't encountered that. At that point, there's a whole mystery surrounding a locked music box that we have yet to address, and currently we are at a point in the story where we just learned that we got confirmation that prisoner D99, also known as Detective Jowd, who is Lynn's, like, role model, who is suspected of crimes that basically no one thinks that he committed, is due to be executed by, like, 11 p.m. tonight. And I think when we last saved the game, it was, like, just past 10. So, good luck to us! And yes, for the people asking in chat, that sure is a pirate crab. I met up with my mom for lunch today, and she just had like a little bag, and she's like, I found this. And I opened it up, and it had a pirate crab in it, and she's like, I don't know if you want this. And I'm like, yeah, nice crab, right? And I don't know if this is as funny to anyone else as it is to me. But it seems to me like this pirate crab, I think her name is Kaylee. She's constructed like a little bit taller than Carlos. I think they're supposed to be roughly the same size of crab. I think part of that is because my Carlos is squished a little squat. But I think she's also just made a little bit taller so that there's room for the pirate hat to be attached to her. And you know what that makes me think of? And I don't know who in chat will appreciate this. But there's that really, like, extremely bizarre scene in Eternal Sonata, like, right before you go into Andantino's secret passage. Well, no, I guess that establishes... Basically, like, there's two short characters, and, like, they're both competing for which one is taller, even though they're functioning the same size. And then, like, at some point, one of them, like, beats a pirate boss in a battle and, like, takes her hat and then puts it on. And then they, like, stand in front of a mirror, and she's like, look, I'm taller now because I'm wearing a pirate hat. And it's like, that's not how anything works. And, like, the whole rest of the game, they're like, nah, she's taller. She's got a pirate hat on. And that's, like, it's actually perfect that she's, like, just, like, a little bit taller because she's got a pirate hat on. Anyway, let's play some Ghost Trick Phantom Detective, because that's, like, maybe why you're here? I know that's why I'm here. But also to hang out and talk about crab pirates and things. Oh, wait, hold on a second. I have to move me. I forgot to move me again. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. The theme rules. It's a very good theme song. Yeah, it's all set in beats. Chat knows what's up. Continue should work. Oh, no, it's later than I thought. I thought when we... maybe when we, like, ended the last, like, action segment where we were stopping the giant chicken from dropping on Lynn and killing her. Maybe it was, like, just after 10 then. But apparently we're picking up at 10:55, and the execution's supposed to happen at 11 p.m., so we got our work cut out for us, folks. Let's do the manual save. They have exactly the same time signature. 5 minutes to save a life. What's that, like, weird Justin Timberlake song? Only have 5 minutes to save the world. It's some collaboration with him and, like, Madonna or something? I don't know. I might be making this up. It's kind of a thing. 4 minutes to save the world. Yeah. Sarah knows what's up. Also, hi, Sarah. You came in when I was doing the recap. But hello. Hi. Alright, so. Super serious. It's ghost time. No, you know what it is? It's trick time. That's what time it is. I went to try and rescue prisoner D99. Even under ordinary circumstances, that prison has a strange atmosphere. Thank you, Japan. That's a thing that Japanese people would say that would not come up a lot in English. But this time, there's something even stranger about it. Sir goes on to say, fuika 4 minutes. Indeed. By the time this text is read, I'm sure we'll have fuika 4 minutes. An execution. With my memory gone, I don't have a clear image of what that is in my head. But even I can sense the strong feeling of foreboding that hangs in the air. Maybe I'm too late. By the way, apologies for last week where I was so enthusiastic with my voice acting. I was a little outside my microphone's range. It's tough because, like, the ideal way to set up one of these microphones is so that it's, like, right directly in your face. But, like, my streaming setup, like, really doesn't accommodate that. So, like, I'm currently in a situation where I'm making do, and it's not ideal. and it's kind of hard to scale for that. But I'm gonna do my best to try and not go over the top. But like, it's gonna be a lot. So, how is it going with the generator in the basement? Why is generic cop dancing? They're trying to fix it now. It's going to take a while, they said. They haven't even gotten the internal phone there back up yet. I just hope the rowdies don't rush the guard room. Why is that punctuated like that? I just hope the rowdies don't rush the guard room. I figure out all my stream settings after I got jumbled. So the short answer to that, Kronos, is that I had a usable backup for my OBS settings, or like we would not have streamed when we started playing Ghost Trick. That would have been delayed by like a whole week for sure. However, I'm under the impression that the same reboot that caused that also triggered an update to the Stream Deck software that I use for like shortcuts to certain things. And that had a known error that still to this day occurs with certain updates that not only clears all the things you have saved in your Stream Deck, but even if you had a backup, which I think I did, what it does is it overwrites your backup with a blank profile, effectively erasing both what's saved to your software and the backup of it. So the only solution to that is to spend a bunch of time on it. And I'd say the Stream Deck's at like roughly like 50% capacity of what I had it set up to do before. It's the important stuff, but like it's a lot. We don't have any rowdies here, but... And what's more, the one who committed the most atrocious crime isn't even here anymore at all. You promised not to talk about that. Why is the dance... I mean, like, I'm guessing that the weird punctuation is him, like, rhythmically saying things while he's moving his body. I don't understand why that's happening. Is Bailey the one dancing? Because, like, Bailey is the one who's always been positioned on the left. They have extremely similar character models, so it's, like, hard for me to tell, to be honest with you. He says he thinks he has a good blue simulation running at the moment. What is that? That sounds bad. Also, hi Cotillion, welcome to the stream. He said it's shared because he's currently panic dancing. What is that? What's panic dancing? All right, sure. I'll defer. I mean, to be honest, I feel like the defining characteristic is probably who has the keys, but I don't remember which one had the keys. So I'm gonna defer to Sarah on this, because she's paying attention. Look, would you knock it off with the weird flipping and flopping around? I can't stand looking at it. If you don't stop, I might just have to pound you. This is a glorious dance that's been passed down in my family for generations. When you don't know what else to do, dance, dance, dance. Hey, that's an S-Club song. It's a good one. We call it the Panic Dance. This is special detention calling from the death chamber. Why do we even have one of those? The internal phone is finally back up. It's pitch black down here, though, until they get the generator going again. How's it going up there? The phone's been ringing off the hook from headquarters. So they only have external lines? That feels weird. I feel like you're more likely to have internal lines than external lines most of the time. Echo says, I think panic dancing is the desperate movement people make when they really need to pee, or when they're out of bezels. Yeah, that's basically the same thing. Oh boy, we can't let the existence of this prison become known to the outside world. We'll have to round up the prisoners somehow. Is Bailey dancing? Oh, there you go. That answers that. Yup, you should see him. Take a video of it. We can all watch it together when we're done. Once the generator is back up, I'll record it with the security camera. Trick time! Well, I currently got nothing. Why? Generator still not up? I can't keep this up much longer. Believe me, nobody is asking you to. Why don't you just stop? Will you dance instead then? Me? You kidding me? Somebody has to do it! Bleh! Oh, now I'm going faster! If that somebody is me, I'll keep dancing until I drop! That's actually a separate S-Club song. Do it till you drop. Maybe Bailey's an S-Club fan. Bailey should know that they're coming to the US. Another thought. Despite how it looks, this situation seems pretty serious. No, it seems pretty serious. Bailey's dance is certainly intriguing. But that telephone call that came in is even more interesting. Man said he was calling from the death chamber, eh? Now that I have the extension number, I should check it out. Internal line. Now, it's weird to establish the name as, like, Death Chamber, and then Death Chamber doesn't appear to be one of my options. I'm gonna assume it's Special Detention, because we know that the upper and lower row of cells are in the same room that isn't the Death Chamber. And the only other place we've seen a phone is, like, question? Or is the Death Chamber external? No, this seems right. Even though it's not called Death Chamber for some reason. This is not good. Not good at all. Yeah, I feel like a ghost is gonna show up any minute now. Hey, come on, show some respect. There's a dead man here. That's right. Me! But woo, I never saw that one coming, did you? Who could've? Anyway, the generator is going to be fixed soon, so I guess we should hang tight. Now I have a thought. Generator, eh? Once that's restored, this darkness will be gone. Seems that's the first thing that has to be done. I guess it can't be helped. I guess the darkness doesn't really exist in the ghost world. Ominous. A spooky observation. I think they said they're trying to keep the death chamber hidden. I mean, I think specifically they said the whole prison should be hidden. Because, like, this prison, if you weren't here last time, when we did come to this prison previously to, like, investigate the situation with prisoner D99, we overheard, like, a bunch of stories about, like, the prisoners here, and, like, all of them basically have some connection to, like, leaking national secrets. And so this is, like, some incredibly high-security prison. Just going through the internal directory and seeing Death Chamber is bad for HR optics. But, like, if your company has a death chamber, surely they know about it. Even without light, I can see what's going on, because darkness doesn't exist in the ghost world. So I can use the ghost world to help me find that generator. So I can lower the lever. I can't reach that toolbox. Manipulate power supply. Wow, Gretchen can go anywhere, huh? Oh, it's the guy digging the tunnel. So, earlier we visited the cell block, where, like, most of the prisoners seem to be. And there was a guy who, like, he was doing something super weird, which may not have been obvious upon, like, initially looking at it, but I vaguely remembered it just enough to the point that watching it made sense to me. But, like, basically, there's this big, huge guy, and he like, tucked his toilet to one side, and then, like, snuck in, disappeared behind it. And then, like, there was a whole system set up where, like, another prisoner would, like, flush a notice, and it would, like, go through the plumbing and, like, alert him, and then he'd come out of the tunnel and just, like, pretend like he wasn't doing anything, and it's because he's been digging this tunnel to get out of the prison. So we found something that overlaps with him. If I leave Ghost World, I can have a thought about it. The big guy seems to be taking a nap here. I doubt my paltry powers are enough to wake him. Rest in peace, curry lover. It's kind of spooky when a ghost says it. So power distributor sounds important, but I think it's just a junction because it doesn't have a trick listed. Emergency light. It's probably power supply that I want or need. But I could become a wrench. Do I need to lower the lever? Let's start here. Why? Oh geez, where did that wrench go? Without it, I can't tighten the last bolt on the generator. I sure wish I could see in the dark like a cat. Ooh, or like a ghost. This appears to be some kind of control panel. I might be able to operate it, but it's not responding. It's too dark to tell. Okay. So, examine the wrench. I've seen these things before. Some kind of tool for turning things. Yes, that's right. I'm a perfectly normal Earth human who definitely knows how human tools like wrenches work. It's leaning up against the wall. If I knock it over, I wonder if he'll notice. It's too heavy. It won't budge. Okay. I can't get very far over here. Let's try the lever, I guess? So that didn't do anything. Can I turn on this light? No. Oh, wait a minute. Oh. Oh, it automatically put me in a drip of water. Okay, I think I understand. I didn't notice that before, because I can only jump to that point if there's water for me to connect to. So I kept freezing it when there wasn't water coming down. But that time, when it was there right at the roof, I accidentally froze it at the perfect point to land in this bucket. Now, why do I want the bucket? Listen, I don't have all the answers. Now, if he reaches down, he'll find the wrench. Oh, there it is. Eat-er. 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 That's the wrench noise. There, done. Why is one of those bulbs, like, bigger and yellower? Little, like, closing the barn door and the horses, etc., huh? So toolbox doesn't reach, right? So my goal is... There we go. I got my lucky water junction point. But I was having a thought. Now the lights are back on. But what happened here? The answer is still shrouded in darkness. I better see if I can pick up some information. Can't seem to shake this bad feeling I've got. Like a Grum song. Hey, do you think this execution was really the right thing to do? What the heck are you saying? I mean, I know this country has the death penalty, but how many years has it been since we used this chair? Yeah, I don't know. It had quite a bit of dust and dirt on it. I bet that's what happened. All the debris damaged the wiring. Well, I think it was divine retribution. Don't be stupid. The prisoner wanted to be executed, you know? Oh, suddenly we could see all the way over there. Inspector Jowd! I guess I was too late. So when are they gonna pick up his body? They'll be sending over a car from the public cemetery pretty soon. After we hand over the body and clean up the mortuary, we're done. Yeah, okay, I guess we won't be friends anymore. That's what you meant, right? Now my thought. Detective Jowd has already been executed. Looks like there was a reason for that bad feeling I was getting. But that's okay. This isn't a big problem for me. But if the body's taken from the mortuary, that'll be bad. Wow, that would suck, huh? Even if we were, like, close to the body, if we, like, got in the hearse or whatever to take the body away, and then we, like, connected with the body, we'd be able to go back to 4 minutes before he died, but we would start, like, at the cemetery, and would somehow need to get all the way back here in 4 minutes to save the world, etc., etc. I have to use my ghost tricks to save him before that happens. This chair scares me. I don't want to repair it or get anywhere near it. Who knows when it's gonna blow up again. Or let loose with the juice. Yikes, shut up, man. Accidents can happen with anything after all. But let's just get this thing fixed, come on. If I'm executed by accident, I'm gonna come back and haunt you. Haunt me? Why me? Sounds like a pretty dangerous chair. A chair that gives shocks. Can I use that somehow? What does the lever do? I sure had misgivings when I tried this lever, but nothing happened. Kind of disappointing, really. Maybe something else has to be done first. This? Manipulate the power supply. This appears to be some kind of control panel. I might be able to operate it. I'll give it a try. Yeah, that seems good and safe. And fine. Some lamps came on. Not sure what that means. Maybe that changed the situation, though. It's all about the implication. Ahem. I have become Wrench, destroyer of worlds. I just got a shock. Now I'm going to haunt you. What next? Oh, sometimes he reaches up, right? That might be enough? No. You know, I think I have consistently found that, figuring out how to navigate things, like, between the action segments of this game are much harder than just, like, doing the puzzles, which is interesting. I don't think I mind that. In fact, that might even be a better balance than the opposite. But it feels really unintuitive. Oh, I see. But what does this do for me? Rock the head. That's spooky and haunted as crap. Son of a... Let me just... I have to say, I am concerned by the fact that 2 buckets are needed here. Like, does the roof of the death chamber leak so badly that 2 buckets are needed? Because I've been in, like, 2 bucket situations. I've been in, like, 5 bucket situations. And, like, as much as I hate them, my apartment is not of the order and magnitude of sensitivity of a death chamber. It just seems like we should have, like, a better system. Rock the car. Same thing here. Looks like this is just an internal phone, too, and it doesn't call outside. So the only places I can go with this telephone are other phones within the building that I've already possessed. Well, yeah, but, like, that's not... That wasn't what I was trying to do at all. Touch your face? Hey, can you hear me? Where am I? This is the ghost world, the land of the dead, Detective Jowd. Detective Joe? Who is that? Is that me? Oh boy, not you too. This is getting old. Guess I'll just give the usual explanation. The dead lose their memories. Oh, so I'm dead, am I? Didn't realize that. That's why you can't remember anything right now. That's fine with me. Huh? I don't like a messy room, but I hate cleaning up even more. Not having my memories is a welcome thing. Now I don't have as much trash to take out. Okay, but like, isn't the only way you could have that opinion is if you had your memories? Memories are like trash? Now that I'm dead, what do I need with memories? And things I don't need are just trash. Not to me, I need your memories. I drink them all up. Besides, I promised Lynn I'd try to stop your execution. Lynn. Looks like I still have a few bits and pieces of garbage lying around. Okay, now he's back. I remember now. About Lynn, Jowd, and the execution. And what about you? Who are you? I'm Sissel. I'm looking for my memory, or trash as you call it. I'm something of a trash panda myself. I should ask if I ever played Prison Architect. No, I'm not even sure if that's a real game. How many buckets was the Hurricane NATO? Strict answer is none. It did cause some watermarks in the ceiling that I haven't had an opportunity to address because my life is on fire. And in a metaphorical sense, perhaps the leaking rainwater could help with that. But in a very realistic sense, it will not. Sissel? Does my name ring a bell? I think you know me. Sorry, must not have been a very big piece of trash to me. That's alright. I guess you'll find out when you get your memory back. But for now, I'd like you to come back with me. Back to 4 minutes before your execution. You know what it's time to do, don't you? Return to the past. Now. That one took a little longer than the other ones. Now, just because I don't know that I've given a proper explanation for it. For those of you just joining us and somehow finding this, that's a little special effect I had rigged up for fun. Because there's a lot of time travel in video games, and it's a reference to a cartoon that I used to like called Code Lyoko. In it, people who are trying to save the world from a malevolent sentient computer virus could return like 24 hours in time to like undo damage that was done by evil schemes at the expense of making the computer virus slightly stronger because it's part of his programming. So like they could stop, you know, property damage or like catastrophes to some extent. But if they didn't loosen his control over the situation first, it would just get worse. So, I don't know. It's an interesting show. I don't know that I'd recommend it in the year 2023, but I still enjoy it. I watched it during the peak pandemic at some point. Prison Architect, think Roller Coaster Tycoon with electric chairs. Isn't that still just Roller Coaster Tycoon? This is the past, 4 minutes before my death. That's right, you'll get to see your own execution. Isn't that cool and fun for you? And then we're gonna change your fate. But first, can I ask you a question? Lynn told you, didn't she, about what I did? Yeah, she did. Then, is it really the right thing to do to save a guy like me? I don't know. But Lynn believes it is. Okay, let's get started. Still eating that rock-hard cold chicken, huh? It's clogged. I'm in position. Hey you, stop kicking that toilet. It's in position for what exactly? Also, I'm pretty sure that's not how the bones and chickens work. He ate like all of the meat off of it and then there was just a single bone left over. And then he just picked out an entire can of tomato? Hey, guy, I don't think you're supposed to flush handkerchiefs. I think there's numerous things wrong with that. Very casual walk. It starts to feel like this hive mind of generic police officers are like pod people, like alien shapeshifters all pretending to be human, and they've like infiltrated this organization of authority on Earth. And they're all like, yes, let us walk like normal human beings. Where's Vasco? That's the chicken bone. Don't you eat chicken like that? Nah, I think that only works in cartoons. And also this very real factual account of, like, actual events. So, the time's finally here, huh? Yeah, I wonder how many years it's been. The last time, you weren't even here yet. See, again, I feel like that reinforces the alien theory, but I digress. I never thought I'd have to attend an execution. But you know, I wonder why the Justice Minister suddenly signed the order. There's definitely something up with that. Hey, come on, let's just focus on our work. Yeah, alright. Walk normal, act casual. Act casual on stairs. Prisoner D99, it's time. Let's go. Alright, men, I'm ready. Sorry you have to go through this unpleasant experience. What? Nani? No, Oh well, I guess it's all about collecting experiences for you and for me. I don't know why, that's like a really upsetting thing to say to the guy taking you to your execution. I'm pretty sure Jowd's like trying to be reassuring here, but like that's just like a really upsetting thing to hear, in my opinion. It's like, life's all about experiences. Now watch me die. Wow, this room, like, really looks a lot worse for wear in 4 minutes. I know they said, like, something went wrong, but, like, it looks like it went real wrong. That didn't make a whole lot of sense. So, this is a normal human Earth execution, huh? Definitely. Definitely. It seems to me there's gotta be a safer way to do it. There's got to be a better way. Ha ha ha. Must be nice to have no memory like that. It makes things more interesting. I envy you. I really do. That's right. I envy the dead. It's no laughing matter to me. I'm presently dead, and I don't envy the dead. That was an example of a failed execution, although the outcome was the same. Failed? They haven't carried out an execution in a long time. There's something wrong with the J diffuser. They dragged that old chair out from under some mothballs, and I guess it had a short. So I guess that means if I can stop the explosion... I don't know about that. Then I'd just be executed as planned, and I'd still wind up just as dead. So what should I do? Beats me. Now I'm a ghost too, and I wanted to be dead. You're the one who came to save me. You figure it out. He's not making this easy. But then again, Missil's the only person who's really tried to help. And he's not even a person. Dog joke! Classic dog joke. Quick time. Right, I am here. Alright then, 4 minutes from now, this chair will short out and explode and you'll die. Very sad. If I stop the explosion, you'll be executed and you'll still die. Sorry I was ever born. I have to protect you from the explosion and stop the execution. Does it seem to anyone else like Detective Jowd is the type of person who says, like, someday I hope to die? You know, like good old Vivia Twilight. The Eeyore of Master Detective Archives' rain code. The key to this whole thing must be the chair. I apologize for all your trouble. Could you stop with the insincere comments? Ha ha ha. Soul. Here's the whole thing about this, is that I kind of just have to use the phone, I'm pretty sure. I think this is Bailey? When in doubt, it's gonna be Bailey. I mean, I guess I'm currently under the impression that Bailey is at the phone and less panic dancing. How's it going down there? We just finished setting up the chair. We're all prepared. I see! It's time. Please bring in the prisoner. But the chair! Bleh! It hasn't been used in a long time. What if, bleh? Bailey, there's nothing we can do now. It's time. Alright, I'll send the guards to his cell. I'll have them call when they get into position, bleh. I don't think I can stay here, so I have to go to them. Because so much of that flashback is in the cell block, I think I'm meant to get over there. And, like, there's just no way for me to do it from the death chamber. I have this strange feeling of uneasiness, as though a ghost just possessed my telephone. Blah. What about you? How do you feel? I feel jumpy and jittery. I can't sit still. I feel like I might start dancing at any minute. Blah. If you're gonna dance, let me know. I'll get the video camera ready. Nobody will listen to my concerns. Concerns, eh? So he's worried? That man is always worried about something. Even though he's in a completely different department than where I'm held prisoner, I know all the most intimate details of his life. And whatever he's worried about, it always comes true without fail. It me! Same! Trick time! Well, don't currently have a lot of options. Time is passing. Oh, why bot? Listen to me, that chair is dangerous! Blah. I know, Bailey, that's why I don't advise you to sit on it. Laugh track, ha ha ha. No, that's not what I mean! Machines like that are very sensitive to dust! Blah. If the guys throw the switch and the chair shorts out, there might be a huge explosion down there in the death chamber! Blah. Oh, come on, nothing's gonna happen. Besides, even on the off chance it does blow up, we're way up here, we'll be fine. I know, why don't we go and test it out first? No way, I don't want to get blown up, you go by yourself. So this spot would be safe, even if it does blow up, eh? What is it? You have a new look in your eye, which is weird because you don't have an eye. Skull Joe. If the switch in the death chamber is thrown, the chair will blow up. That's right. And if the chair blows up, the execution can't be carried out. It only stands to reason. And if there's nobody in the death chamber when the chair explodes, nobody will die. Precisely. Very nice, Sicily. You've hit upon some excellent points there. Okay, I'm starting to see a plan now. I mean, it's more of a goal than it is a plan, but sure. Time is passing. Hang on. Getting the chair to short out when nobody's around it sounds like it could be a plan. But in this past world, I can't use the phone lines whenever I want. These guards seem to be in a fog. I doubt they'll be using the phone much. Maybe I need to start over? Interesting. That is probably true, but I'm actually just a little bit curious. Okay, yeah, if it's accelerating at that rate, then it's just trying to get me to go back. So you have to do that once in order to learn what to do, but from there you can't do anything. It's a forced restart. Now here's the problem. I need a phone call to go from this room to the death chamber. I don't know if that happens. But if it does, this should actually be really straightforward, shouldn't it? Actually, I should probably just connect to the phone regardless. Yeah, I'm a vampire. I would like to stay here. And now time is passing? I'm in position. Do I have to leave now? Is this a trap? It's October now. It is in the UK, right? What time is it there? I think at this time of the year it's +8. So, like, just like 3 a.m.? I mean, like 2:45? The other two are coming to bring the prisoner to you now. Got it. Ah! I think I know what to do. I must go there. I think what I'm supposed to do is... like, you know how we found the guy digging the tunnel? I think what I'm supposed to do is, like, find my way down to his cell, and that will connect to the room adjacent to the death chamber. I think that's my goal. So if I open the note, will that de-trap it? All right, my jam grooved out the claw. Now let's get down there to Sausage Head. All right, there we go. Pretty sure this is what I wanted. This guy has an upsetting head like Dr. Vegapunk. In the present world, 4 minutes into the future, Sausage Head was lying passed out in the tunnel. Not knowing about the execution, he must have kept digging and digging. And the guards didn't notice he was gone? So I guess the Curryman's future has now changed a bit. So I think what happens now is that I need to wait for this guy to get the all clear and then go into the spoon before he goes back into the tunnel. Sissel, I'm sure you know this, but time is passing. Almost time for the execution. If you don't execute a plan pretty soon, it's gonna get tough. I think I do have a plan. Do you? I'm looking forward to seeing it. I don't know why my, like, attempt at the soft-spoken Bob Ross voice is, like, ever so slightly southern, but it's just, that's just how it is, I guess. Only problem is, I don't see a path to get there just yet. Really sorry about the trouble you're going to for me. Funny, you don't look the least bit sorry, even though I don't have eyes and you don't have a face. Skull joke. I mean, there's no... Yeah, I can't do that yet. I don't know off the top of my head remember what point would be best to try and get into the spoon. But I think to do that, I want to be somewhere in this corner, and I can jump between any of the three of these if I'm quick enough. Time should be passing soon. Or not, maybe. Really taking its sweet time. Should I ring his bell? Ring his bell? Wait a minute. What if I... I don't like that he licks that spoon when he uses it to, like, dig escape tunnel dirt on a regular basis. I forgot how upsetting Spoon Man looked. Well, I'm in the spoon now. How is it you think that this upsetting creature came to be permitted to set up a bell with a rope that leads directly into his toilet and just has to be inherently suspicious? I mean, what purpose could that possibly serve, if not something unscrupulous? I mean, am I supposed to get into the foe? I don't think I want that, do I? The game seems to suggest that waiting isn't an option. I guess I could flip the emergency switch? No. Because he's waiting on an all-clear sign. That's what would make him go back in the tunnel. How do I get an all-clear sign? Wait a minute. We know that Jowd is going to flush his napkin like a psychopath, which suggests from a game design standpoint that I want to do something over here and then get back to the tunneling guy using that as an escape route. Though couldn't I just stay in the spoon? I'm gonna try pressing the emergency button. It's not working right now. Maybe they like things quiet during an execution. This guy's a bit too detached. While I was alive, people thought I was a bit too passionate about things. Oh, hang on, I'm having a thought. Sure can pack it away. The detective should eat until he reaches that critical moment. That's what I always say. You have a young pupil that follows that advice to the letter. What are you going to do now, Sissel? As long as these iron bars are here, escape is impossible. Is it possible to stop the execution from here? Probably not. I'm looking for a path now. Maybe something here will give me an idea. I mean, I don't think phone is going to be my path back. I think it has to be through the tunnel. But in order to get into the tunnel, we need to send an all-clear sign to this guy. What if I open this wastebasket? Oh. I think I understand and I've reached a fail state. Did you see that? That huge can went flying up into the air. Yeah, that's my ketchup can. Has ketchup ever, in the history of time, come in a can? Ketchup? I just love ketchup. Can't get enough of the stuff. I probably have ketchup running through my veins. Just can't seem to muster a laugh over that one. That's almost a condiment joke. But it did make kind of a red O mark. But, like, the problem is that now I can't recreate that, right? I'll let time pass here, but I think I have to reset. Yeah. It's absolutely baffling that that works that way. This thing is as full as I am. Alright, let me return to Fate Change. You ever try ketchup on steak? I don't think I've done that, although I haven't eaten a lot of steak, to be fair. But, like, would you portion it using a can? Wouldn't you still just use, like, a bottle? I feel like anything you could do with ketchup in a can could come from, like, a glass ketchup bottle, and I feel like that's existed for eternity. Oh, I have to... Ding. I do have to watch this again. Or a glass mug. I mean, can just seems like such a weird... Like, there's no... like, narrowing apparatus. Which is, like, typically a fundamental aspect of serving ketchup, to direct it in some way. I know I'm overthinking this, but it just seems wrong somehow. I like that the expression on his face doesn't change. His gross floppy skull just droops to one side and then he points at it in a weird, like, Japanese teen idol style gesture. This is such a bizarre thing. Time is arguably passing. It's just so strange that he holds it out so that this is possible. Possess the soul of the napkin! I will be king of the shaman or whatever. I've seen ketchup in cups or small pots with spouts. I mean, even just having a spout makes it feel more normal to me personally. I know that's so arbitrary, but it's just like, it just seems so odd to me in particular. Time is passing. Looks like nope. Looks like that's a nope from me, dog. Just gonna have to wait for him to pick up the spoon and drag this out. I just feel like your ketchup apparatus needs to have some directional aptitude. Whoop, 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 whoop. Spoon! Sausage Head sure looks happy. Now that he's seen the O paper, he'll go down to the tunnel to dig. What a perfectly casual occurrence. Maybe this is the change I've been waiting for. Or maybe that said chance. It's basically the same thing here. Here come my escorts. Echo says, I don't want to think about how many solids this guy pulls out of the toilet from that hook. Now, you misunderstand, Echo. The whole prison has an agreement that nobody poops. So that they can use this note system. Just nobody poops. They've all just decided that. Uh-oh, I haven't found my path yet. We're on the cruise right now. We are on the path. I see mine quite clearly. The path to the chair, that is. What do I do? What are you we're doing it now. We're doing it live. This is the path. Hold on. There it is. Game all trying to hint me what to do. This is the plan I've had all along, game. You're 2 steps behind. You're 1 card short. And all I have to do is flip the lever, right? Kerpow! What just happened? The power's down throughout the whole facility. No way. If the power's down, that means all the cell bars open automatically. Well, that's some real Jurassic Park technology, huh? Pirates of the Caribbean breaks down. The pirates don't eat the tourists. But here in the prison, when the power goes down, everyone just gets a freebie. The internal phones aren't working either. State of emergency. Now the execution can't be carried out and your life is saved. Fate averted. You're a pretty daring... Nope, that's a different voice. You're a pretty daring guy. I really enjoyed myself, and I think I learned a thing or two as well. About what? By the way, is it true what the guard said? The cell bars open automatically? Yep, it's true. It's a little drawback to the system. If the entire facility blacks out, the locks are released for the prisoner's safety. But nobody thought it would actually ever happen. For 5,000 years, it didn't. So in other words, now's the time to escape if you're gonna. Anyway, we managed to stop the execution. Let's get back to the present. Snap back to reality. Oop, there goes gravity. You're still not out of the woods yet. Oh, let me give you a piece of advice. What's that? When we get back to the present, head for the spoon. Spoon, huh? You'll see when we get back, Sissel. I mean, yeah. Otherwise, I'm kind of stuck here, I guess. Now the execution can't be carried out and Detective Jowd is safe for the moment. A new president has been born. However, Jowd still isn't safe from execution, of course. I guess I still have a job to do. Help a death row inmate escape from prison. I guess it can't be helped. Oh, good. Sausage guy. Demotion says, no, it's a real thing. There was a breakout years ago in New York when the power cycled. I mean, I understand how it could be a safety measure, which is what they say here as well. But at the same time, like, there needs to be... And granted, this is precisely the sort of thing that doesn't happen in real life. So, like, this is very plausible in a way that's stupid. But, like, if we are concerned about dangerous criminals, which I presume we have some concern of in this particular prison, then, like, that can't be the entirety of the backup system. Like, maybe the bars open and they get let out to, like, a courtyard that doesn't have, like, direct access outside or something. So that, like, if there's, you know, a fire or something, then they're all ushered to a place where they could be escorted safely wherever. But, like, for just the bars to, like, open and then just, like, them to have free reign, like, that seems pretty wild to me. Not wild in implausible, but wild in that system feels incomplete to me. Save your place in time? Might as well. Keep playing, sure. Now it's 11:13. Chapter 9. Now I'm back in the present and it's completely shrouded in darkness. I can't see it, but I can feel the tension in the air. It's a state of emergency. And that's only natural. With the power failure, all of the cell bars opened automatically. Plus, now a death row inmate is loose in the darkness. What is he gonna do, spoon us to death? I did what I promised Lynn. I stopped the execution. But that condemned criminal is now just as much danger as before. Trick time! Yeah, ooh, ah, ee, ooh. The detective told me to head for the spoon when I got back to the present. So here I am. The bell, I better go back. It's never said that out loud before, but sure. Whew, I'm back. Thank goodness someone flushed his toilet. That was good timing. Good timing, or an intentional act of a guy we just freed from death row, sort of, kind of. Does he dig down there just to go to sleep? I don't know. I'm actually a touch confused about this. The game sort of gives the impression that something, like, went wrong and he blacked out, but, like, why would he black out just because the power itself blacked out? It's not like he's a bird who goes to sleep when there's, like, a shroud of darkness over his cage. And also, like, he wasn't using, like, a lamp from the power grid or anything. Like, was he? Now to use the cover of darkness to help the detective escape. But first I have to find him. Oh man, I totally forgot this is a section. I, like, legitimately forgot there's a thing where they, like, send in special, like, night vision guards to try and get everyone. Does this guy also have generic police officer voice? There's kind of a lot of them in this game. I mean, like, he's clearly not the same model of generic police officer. But, like, I don't know what he... More Gunnery Hartman. Now listen, I'm all happy to try and accommodate requests that I mostly can't quite pull off. But you have to use things that I know what they are. I have no idea what Gunnery Hartman is. This man is husky. Can I do, like, husky generic voice? It's prisoner C-74. Secure the prisoner. It looks like there are hunters in this darkness. I hope they haven't found Detective Jowd. Trick time! Wait, I'll listen to my own thoughts. This is some true darkness. You could even say it's eternal darkness. No, that's something else. Luckily, darkness doesn't exist within the ghost world. I can make use of that fact. So find the detective... Yeah, no, like I was gonna do that, and then you just said words. Don't micromanage me. Don't be my boss. Okay, that... I can't... That's not it. That still doesn't work. Internal phone line is still down. Oh, right, I can open this picture for... Huh? What's that red light? I hit the button to open the frame and, like, nothing happened. Ever watch Mail Call on History Channel or the movie Full Metal Jacket? Strictly speaking, no and no. Although, I'm aware of Full Metal Jacket, so I think I maybe know who you're talking about. And I'm pretty sure I can't replicate that voice, because that guy is known for having a really specific voice. It looks like the hunter's eyes glow red. You know, I feel like since the start of this stream, we've had some, like, pretty weird observations about stuff. I mean, I'll grant you that, like, maybe not everyone could, like, pick up on the fact that these are night vision goggles from, like, a third person's perspective as a ghost or what have you. There's certain limitations to that, clearly. But, like, it's not like a supernatural ability, right? There he is. It's interesting how the night vision goggles appear to create a whole entire spotlight around this guy. Doesn't look like escape is going to be easy. Please open. Great. Beep. Boop, bop. Alright, I can, like, communicate with him, because he's died before. Ah, there you are. I was wondering what I was going to do. Are you the one that made the toy... This is a casual Saturday question. Are you the one that made the toilet bell ring? How often has someone answered yes to this question? I mean, we'll count this as one instance. But, like, has this ever happened under any other circumstance? Or does, like, making the toilet bell ring, is that some sort of, like, expression I'm not familiar with? What is that? What does that mean? That's right. I still had another napkin lying around. Thanks to that, I managed to make it here, but how did you know to do that? I learned a few things about your ghost tricks during our time together. They certainly can be very useful powers, but at times, not so much. I knew that if the internal phones weren't working, you'd be trapped in the death chamber area. So I quickly came up with an alternative route. A route that made use of Sausage Head's spoon in my napkin. This is one of those video game sentences that can't happen under any other circumstance. Wow, this detective is good. Next time you praise me, go ahead and say it out loud. I don't have an internal monologue. We've established that. Anyway, it looks like it's time for a strategy meeting. An escape strategy, huh? This could be interesting. Let's do it. Strategy. Let's make sure we're both clear. The key to my escape is the darkness. Once the basement power supply is restored, escape will be impossible. So we move under cover of darkness, huh? I know I won't have much trouble with that. But I'm afraid I won't be able to see. So you'll have to lead the way. Lead the way? Once you find a safe spot for me to go to, I want you to give me a signal. Okay, fine, but how? The dead don't have voices. Even if they did, we have to be quiet. Don't worry about that. I have an idea. Let's try it, and you'll see how it works. This detective likes to dive right into things, even more than Lynn does. I would say almost antithetically to the way Lynn operates. I mean, Lynn wants to go straight into danger, but like when it comes to solving stuff, she's like, I don't know, you figure it out. And, like, he kind of did that before, but he had never seen Ghost Tricks before. After, like, 4 minutes of Ghost Tricks, he's like, got it. I've figured out everything. This will explain everything. Echo asks, Vasco, do you make the toilet bell ring? I mean, I don't think it's polite to ask that on a live stream, but at the same time, yeah, like, frequently. On the regular. I'm trying to think. I feel like there's some example that should come to mind for me of, like, someone asking a question like that, and, like, it shouldn't be a thing, but, like, all of the characters, like, act like that expression is a thing. I think we're good enough friends. I don't know, man. Like, you have to be a really particular kind of friend to look at each other's buttholes like Gen and Date do in the Nirvana Initiative. Like, those are really close friends. If they find me, I imagine they'll shoot first and ask questions later. Luckily, if I die, like, you can just touch my body again. He says cheerfully. Prison security. I don't know if you know it or not, but this is a special prison. There aren't any dangerous criminals here, except for me, that is. I did hear something about it being a special place. Yes, and because of the special status, they're not prepared at all for emergencies. They have 4 timid security guards at most. I think I saw some hunters lurking in the darkness, though. Those are the guards. They're wearing night vision goggles. Night vision goggles? They're special glasses that let you see in the dark. Very handy things. If I enter their field of vision, it's all over. So it's all about staying out of the guard's line of sight, eh? Make sure you guide me to safe spots. Okay. Now, about that signal I want you to give me. Yeah, what am I supposed to do? I've already been dead once, so I don't know if it's because of that or what. But I can sense your powers now. You what? For example, you're in the bunk right now, aren't you? Wow, I'm impressed. I guess you have a 6th sense. I think it's more like a detective sense. That doesn't sound right somehow. Anyway, the detectives don't... The details don't matter. Do you see this R button here? If you press the action button, something, something, something. Yeah, where did that come from? Let's use it as our signal. How will that work? If you press R, I'll sense it. And then I'll move to where you are. So, for example... if you move to that spoon and press R, I'll run to the spoon. Simple, right? Alright, fine. Let's start our escape plan. Just make sure you guide me to safe spots, Sissel. Try not to kill me. So that red light, that's the light of the night vision goggles. Use the light to let me know where the guard is. If you watch the light closely, you can tell how the guard is moving, too. Very informative in this darkness. Keep a sharp eye for it. I mean, the problem is that right now I won't be able to see him. Huh. That's genuinely not how I was expecting that to go. I did do that sort of recklessly, but I was under the impression that the guard was turning the other way, and we got pretty far along running. I didn't think his line of sight would be, like, indefinite. That's gonna be an issue. Also, I understand conceptually how the game is like, just watch the glasses to see what they're doing. But, like, I'm supposed to navigate him to, like, well beyond where that guard is. So, like, the game understands that once I'm there, I can't... Can I? In one of the modes, I can sometimes sneak the camera around. Is that the physical world or the ghost world? I'll give it a shot. Just kind of like not a lot of space for that guy to like be at all. So let's try something. I supposed to account for 2 of those guards at the same time? Is there... Did the game mislead me by making a point of mentioning the spoon? Because, like, that's such a huge gap to cover. It's very difficult to accommodate or account for 2 guards, both with a similar field of vision overlapping in the middle. Like, I understand the concept here, but, like, this feels more difficult than the game is sort of letting on. Or is that just me? Like, I don't think this is, like, unreasonably difficult, but, like, the game is acting like I'm ridiculous for not getting this in one try. Whereas my opinion is that, like, no, this actually seems pretty tough. And it keeps, like, trying to reiterate the basic concept. It's like, no, like, I get the concept. That's not the problem. But, like, how would I ever be able to, like... I'm genuinely at a loss of how I can possibly figure out a point in the cycle for both of those guys at the same... Because, like, in order for me to look at one, I have to, like, deliberately not be looking at the other one. It's not like... I don't think I have a zoom out, do I? Am I forgetting a zoom out button that would make it so I could possibly see both of them at the same time? No. No. And a long loading time. What does CR do? Yes, I think I mean, clearly this is... Hold on. Let's try something else. Let's try, and as someone in chat just said, let's try an intermediate point. It is possible that the game just, like, misled me. But, like, it feels really weird to me for, like, the game to go out of its way to explain this thing, which I get. But then it's like, so if you go to the spoon, I'll go there. Which, like, to me suggests that's what the game wants me to do. Like, that's a really specific example, if that's not the thing it wants me to do. But, like, it's a lot more manageable to get, like, part way. So maybe that's just fine. Maybe that's just it. Now, the thing is, like, it's hard for me to gauge whether left guy can see me if he turns around again, because his range of vision seemed, like, insane to me last time. But, like, also, how am I supposed to ever get past... I guess I hide under the bunk when this guy's not looking? Yeah, like, that's really tough. I don't... Even if I, like, did that right away, would there be time to, like, hesitate just long enough to, like, transition to the next... I feel like this is meant to make more sense than it does. Like, these are some, like, Spider-Man noir... like, extrasensory perception guards is what we're talking about. So let's do this, but camera go here. So, like, this, and then this. But, like, so, like, I think I could literally direct him under the bunk, but the problem is that in order for me to know that it was safe to send him under the bunk, I would have to transition out of Ghost World, and then time would start passing. And the turnaround time from left guard spotting him, when I did basically this exact same thing last time, was really short. It was, like, almost immediate. So, like, my only hope is to just immediately transition out of Ghost World and hit the button and hope the right guard isn't looking, but I have no way of knowing. Okay, it just happens that that works, but, like, there was no way for me to know that, I don't think. And luckily, this guard started walking now. Otherwise, this would be literally impossible. Yeah, so I have to hop a ride on him, and then get over somewhere on the right, and then wait for him to make another pass. So this should be a lot more manageable than the last section. Oh, no, but he doesn't go far enough for that to work at all, huh? So what do we do? Lead him into the tunnel? Is that a possibility? Now the guards are on the move. Now what? You could get a sense of how the guards are moving by watching the red lights. I think you already know this, but just in case, if you want to take a look around, you can use the yeah, I had to... sure. So, like... Oh. Wait. Valve? What's this guy doing? What's this one doing? Like that he's dumpling shaped under the bunk. Isn't that the optimal hiding shape? What do the valves do? Wait, do the valves actually have a purpose? No, they have no ghost trip. What hatch mechanism do? But if this guy... Alright, let me try something. Actually, no. Let me not be hasty about this. Let's see how far to the right this guy goes. I'm assuming it's, like, basically there. No, it's, like, much further than I would expect. Okay. What do I do with that information? Maybe I should just hear him out. So he goes... to the top of that landing and then comes back. So what I want to do... Okay. What I want to do is get somewhere over here. Probably. It's annoying that I can't do that, like, extra search bit, while in Ghost World. I sort of understand how that's kind of a balancing mechanism, but frankly, it kind of just seems a little annoying. Okay, not quite as far as I thought I was. So, like, here-ish? Here-ish? If I... this area under the stairs is a blind spot for the guards. They won't find him here. This spot is safe. See, like, I don't know. This makes sense to me. Like, there's a clear blind spot. Before, they were like, why don't you go to the spoon? I'm like, okay. And there's like, there's literally no way to get to the spoon, moron. I'm like, okay. And then, like, it's like a really precise timing puzzle. It's like, well, I mean, if you didn't want me to go to the spoon, you could just, like, say that. So what we do is... I think we need to wait for this guy to start going up the stairs on the next cycle. Not get all the way to the top, but, like, get maybe halfway up the stairs, and then call for Jowd. So we're walking. I'll give it, like, a second, but I think that's it. Now, I understand that that man is there, but can someone explain to me the physics of in what way he has line of sight on me? Because I genuinely don't understand that. He appears to me as though he's staring directly at the floor of, like, a layer of the building that's above where we are. And it's not clear to me how he could see or threaten me through that physical barrier because he's not a ghost. There's a vent somewhere we cannot see because of the 2D plane. Okay. I mean, naturally you have to make some kind of interpretation of that here. But, like, that being true, then there would be a vent, which would be made of solid matter, that this man would not be able to see through. Now, to some extent, I understand that I'm meant to, like, floop the hatch, and I don't know exactly what that does. But, like, I just want to make it clear that I don't think it's natural to assume that this would be an outcome of what just happened. Apparently there was a hunter lurking in the ceiling. That's not... I just want to be clear that's not how ceilings work. And of course, we're at start, right? Yeah, we are at start. Great. Good stuff. What, this is such a fun time for everyone. Absolutely love it. What? No, don't do this. Undoes. So I guess the next step is, like, figure out, like, these goof physics. Because this is some cartoon nonsense. Prompt. That's a big old stinkerooski. I missed the perfect timing by, like, this much. Does this guy ever get back up into position? I assume that's what we were doing here. So... there's, like, a really slim chance I could do this in one shot, but I'm probably gonna have to cycle it again. But let's give it a shot. Let's give it our best shot to keep ourselves red hot. Yeah, I understand. No, this can't possibly work, right? How long do I think it's gonna take this guy to get back in position? Long enough. Okay. I'm not gonna mess around with this. Let's just, like, follow this guy up. And then wait for Stairs Idiot to piss me off again. I don't understand. Is there a banana peel up there? Are we just a cartoon now? This man has night vision goggles. I understand that I did not return the hatch to normal, but, like, at the same time, he has night vision goggles. Like, you can't try to argue to me that the same man who looked through a solid floor and saw me is incapable of detecting that the same trapdoor is still open. That's just... the same person can't be that smart and that stupid about the exact same thing. Like, if it was two different things, I could argue that he had a blind spot. But this man cannot simultaneously be that smart and that dumb. This is, like, the worst cycle. I've arranged this in, like, the most annoying possible way. Actually, I guess this is fine. Now I just have to watch the ground guard. And then if the ground guard is facing away at the same time that the other idiot falls through the floor again, then I can call Jowd. But, like, now I just have to watch their stupid goggles for, like, 8 minutes. So, up. And then he falls. Like, how could you be that stupid? I don't think that was it. I don't know. I guess maybe I should have paid closer attention to how far left the other guy was going. I think I want the guard to fall, like, a little before the other guard comes around. I think we're close to the timing I want. This is... one Mississippi. Okay. So now, I think I have to follow... I don't know, Tex Avery over here, back to the position where I could fix the hatch so that he stops falling down on an endless sitcom loop. Yeah, this is not gonna happen all in one go, huh? Okay, good luck to me. Oh, it's so close, and yet... Can't close it, somebody's falling through it. Fair enough, I suppose. So now I have to get... Well, where do I have to get now? That's actually a pretty good question, huh, Vasco? How far will he go? Jowd, I mean. I don't think there's any core points off to the right other than the one that helps me get under the stairs. But I don't really need to get back to Jowd. I need to get to where I want Jowd next. Where is that? Is that to here? If so, is it possible for me to just sit at the toilet and then wait for stairs guy to be going left? I mean, what else would I do? There's like not like a whole lot of... Like, I don't think I'm supposed to try and get in the middle space. That I still genuinely don't understand what it is. Alright, let me stay in the hatch point and let people walk around for a minute. So this guy is hatch guy, and the one approaching is stairs guy. So what is hatch guy going to do now that I've, like, closed that? Is he going to manually open it so he can go back where he started, or is he going to do some new thing? That's so confusing. That's so confusing to me. How is that the thing you're doing? Oh, I hate that. So where do I go then? It's annoying because, like, I can't... If I go back to regular mode, it's too dark to see, but I can move the camera. But here, where I can see, I can't move the camera. So I genuinely have no concept right now of where I'm trying to get next. I mean, I could try the toilet. I don't think I can get into the hatch. It doesn't seem like it works that way. I mean, I guess I can try seeing how far this goes, but I don't think that helps answer the immediate question. Because the immediate question is, where do I need to go next? And there's no chance on Earth that the next place for Jowd to get is all the way up the stairs and past this point. He would 1,000,000% get spotted. So yeah, now there's just two guys upstairs. It looks to me like to get to the exit, the last step is going to be to drop this guy through the floor as we call Jowd to the bed or something. That's probably true. sucks. You assume I'm looking for a bunk. That can't be right. Do you have any idea how much distance I'd have to cross for that to be true? It'd be so much. Wait, maybe I have an idea. How to get to there? Did I already miss my window here? Wait a minute, is this guy coming all the way down the stairs? What a ding-dong. This guy patrols so much. Oh, I hate you. I hate this so much. It's so annoying! The idea behind this, I think, is totally reasonable. The execution of this, I personally find really frustrating, because, like, it exacerbates probably the worst part of the game mechanics, which is, like, trying to do stuff in a really narrow timing window, like flipping back and forth between Ghost World and regular world, which, like, in the amounts that we've seen it so far in the game, like, really isn't that big a deal for someone who, like, really dislikes that sort of thing. But, like, this is almost explicitly and solely about that use of the game mechanics. So I think what I want to do... For God's sake, it's so annoying. I think that I need everyone to clear the stairs and then send him up here. And then... I don't know, like, try to... Where would I hide after that? I mean, the bunk for the closest cell is on the far side. Like, am I supposed to go in the vent? But, like, I don't think I can do that. Can I do that? It seems like if I open one vent hatch, it opens both of them. So, if I tried to, like, hide in the vent that way, what would actually happen is I would just drop Jowd through the floor and probably, like, straight on top of this idiot. Yeah, I mean, like, I think generally, in, like, most cases in this game, it's good for the Ghost World time to be frozen. But, like, it's... When you're trying to hit, like, a really, like, narrow timing window, it is kind of frustrating for Ghost time to be frozen, because then you're like, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, in. It's like, that's not fun. Yeah, or, as I said before, like, if I could move the camera in this mode, it probably also would help, like, a great deal for the purpose of this thing. So where's the other guy? He's coming down the stairs. And also, just to be clear, like, because of the fact that, at least thus far, we've like, kind of had to do a lot just to get to this point, and there's no checkpoint, so if I mess up, like, the repercussion feels worse that I have to go all the way back to the start of this. Like, that makes this worse, because, like, usually this game has a really strong point of, like, experimentation is pretty free, is, like, you're able to, like, reset, like, pretty easily. But, like, here that has not been the case to a frustrating extent. So, like, clearly Stairs Guy's got to be, like, yeah, like, right there. So that shouldn't have been the time to go. I kind of need, like, this guy to be going off screen while Upstairs Guy is, like, returning up the upper stairs. But then, like, who knows, man? Like, I genuinely don't know what to do after that. Well, that's not it. It's close. Maybe the next cycle? Also, waiting is always a good game mechanic. When I saw one of the night vision guys, I suddenly remembered this was in this game. I definitely did not remember this part. And it is bound to be my least favorite part of this game by a good amount. This is actually kind of promising. This might be the one. No, well, maybe. It's close. I'm gonna try it. So you need to, like, that. Oh, you gotta be kidding me! Just turn around and go up the stairs. Why did you have to go all that far out? Look at that. Look at how completely unnecessary that was. Do you see where the stairs are? Do you see how he's completely walked past the stairs to go up the stairs? Why are you like this, Jowd? I know someday you hope to die, but it doesn't need to be on my watch. Are you sure it's correct you need to use the stairs? Yes? What does that mean? I'm genuinely pretty annoyed by that because, like, I fully think... Oh, God, that is a checkpoint. Thank God. I think I would have absolutely gotten up the stairs if he hadn't maximum clown shoot his way over there. But, like, what? I don't understand what you're talking about. What would I use if not the stairs? Okay, if this is a checkpoint, why don't we try opening the hatch? But that's still using the stairs. What are you talking about? What do you... Why? If we tell him to go to the valve, he will climb up through an open hole. How? How would I know that? Is that a question, or is that telling me what to do? I mean, we might as well try, I guess. But at the same time, it sure feels like that's still using the stairs. So annoying how everything is, like, really far apart. And I understand why it's true, but I still get to hate it. I'm entitled. So I need this guy to keep going. Yes? Wait, is that what I want? No. I think this will time out pretty close to what I want. Hey, my guy, you can eat my farts. There's nothing about this scenario that tells me that would work. I mean, it's a reasonable thing to try because nothing else makes sense. But, like, that doesn't also, in and of itself, make any sense to me. Like, we are, like, we've gone straight from, like, cartoon sense of humor in a mostly realistic world to, like, straight up Bugs Bunny. Like, this is not real physics at all. And we can stop pretending that it is. Yeah, let's talk to him. Hey, Jowd. This feels mean-spirited. I bet you didn't think I could get up here, did you? No! And if you had said that, you would have saved me like a half hour, my guy. That's not a fun surprise. Why don't you just tell me the name of the movie you would like to see? I have to admit, you're a piece of crap, and I hate you. Anyway, this is a safe spot. It's not much further now. Is that true? Because from where I'm sitting, there's the entire top floor to get through. We're almost there. We have a choice of either trying to sneak out or making a dash for it. I'll leave the route up to you. Yeah, go ahead and eat my farts, sir. Alright, let this guy fall through the floor. And now... Well, here's the problem. Okay. Let me try something. No, undo. I don't actually know which one of these is upstairs guy. sure wish I could ricochet off this guy's head, which seems like a thing I should be able to do. Oh, I just hate it so much. Hey, you know what's remarkable? Hey, I just wanna... I know I'm in, like, full irritated mode. You know what's interesting about what we just witnessed there? Is that nobody saw through the floor to see the guy inside the tube, but you can see from inside the tube down to the toilet there. Isn't that interesting? Isn't it weird how that doesn't have, like, a consistent state of matter that's either transparent or opaque? The floor here appears to be made of some sort of science fiction plasma that is transparent if it annoys me and is solid if the game thinks it's being cleverer than I am. Isn't that interesting? I think, honestly, it makes more sense to go up here. Also, I think... Well, I mean, I guess he necessarily has to be downstairs guy. So, what I'm going to try here is... The game implies that there are two paths to take. And I'm wondering if one of them is to just go through this tube. Did you stop moving for no reason at all? Continue to eat my farts, sir. Okay. Great. Schrodinger's grating. More or less. The 2D plane makes it hard to tell he's in the walls. Absolutely, that's true. I don't disagree with that at all. But here's the problem with that, though, is the designers of the game sort of made the game, and if they make a 2D game and trying to do a 3D thing is confusing and makes the puzzle borderline nonsense, they did at some point have the choice to not do it. They could have not done it. There wasn't actually anything to make them do it, you know? So, like... Hear me out. Well, okay, let's do it this way for, like, marginal safety. Yeah, why not? Why not let that be true, huh? It's very cool and normal. So, then... No, don't do that. Alright, sure, talk to me. Nope, nothing has changed. So... Okay, no, I think I get it. I think I get it. This guy is not currently standing on the thing, right? I need him to take, like, 2 steps forward. I think we saw him stand on it before, so I think eventually that should happen. Or not. Or maybe never. Or maybe he just lives here now. I swear he was moving before. What if I just open it? No, you don't care about that at all? Oh, I hate you so much. You're such a bad person. Can I... Oh, I can play the drum. That's so dumb. I swear he stood on it of his own volition before, and so that extra step wasn't necessary. Just go down the hole. Okay, now I need to be wary of one last thing. Where's this guy? Looking in my direction, and he has infinite line of sight. Turn around. Turn around, Bright Eyes. There we go. I mean, I don't... Good luck... No, you know what? Can we... Ludicrous. Absolute cartoon logic. If I move now, I'm gonna fall. Could you close the floor hatch for me? Yeah, you literally... You're micromanaging me again. This was obviously the next step. And also, to be clear, if you're aware of this fact, you can simply choose not to walk. It's fine for you to stand still for 5 seconds. Alright, touch your face. Are you gonna leave now? Feel a little uncomfortable out in the open like this. I bet you do. You're wide open. Could you lead me somewhere... What do you want from me? What do you want from me? My guy, you're at the door. Hello? Come on now. There's no guards around, and he's looking at the door, and he's like, you better hide me. And then I hide him, and he's like, oh, look, the door. What's your deal, guy? You're a detective. The last, like, 2 minutes of my life have been this detective who has the abilities of a ninja warrior, as pointed out by chat, to be, like, one of the most moronic adults I've seen since, well, admittedly, that guy dropping through the loop floor over there. But, like, honest to God, he's all like, oh, I bet you didn't know I could do, like, flips and stuff. And I'm like, yeah. And it's like, bet it would have been nice to know that. And I'm like, yeah, it really would have been. And then I go through all these, like, insane measures to, like, get him out. And he's just staring at the door like, what do I do now? And before that, I'm like, hey, why don't you climb out of the hole and look directly at the door? And he's like, but I'll fall in the hole that I'm fully aware of if I walk forward like a lemming. Like, guy, just, come on. Meet me halfway here. I have ghost tricks, but, like, you have feet and stuff. Could you just go? If we've come this far, we did it. This was a complete waste of time, and definitely the worst part of the entire game. The basement generator has been repaired, restoring power to all areas. Ooh, we just made it. But the question is, what now? No, the question is, why did you subject me to this? I don't have anywhere to go, do I? Maybe I'll go back to my cell. I mean, if he does that, it's game over for me IRL at that point. I'm still a condemned criminal, you know. I doubt anybody'd welcome me with open arms. Why don't you try contacting Lynn? She went to see some justice minister guy. So an escaped death row convict is supposed to report into the justice minister, is that it? I kinda like that. Well, hey, listen. You are, at this point, the most infuriating person I think I've ever met. And it's important to me that you understand that you're just being ridiculous now for its own sake. I mean, if you didn't want to leave the prison, you shouldn't have had me go through all those hoops. And if you don't want to, like, cooperate with Lynn, I don't know why you wanted to leave the prison. Anyway, after all the trouble you went through, I guess I'd better run. That would be nice, yeah. Alright, Sissel, until we meet again. We'd better not. Listen, it's not gonna be great for you if we meet again, ghost or no. So I saved a condemned criminal's life and helped him escape. Was that really the right thing to do? I guess all I can do is believe in Lynn at this point. Detective Jowd was painting my picture in a cell and it didn't occur to me to ask about it. I'm sure we'll be talking to him again soon, and maybe I'll kill him from beyond the grave. That actually, I just want to be honest with you, that literally gave me a headache. That made me so mad that I have a headache now. Phone call to the guard room. Maybe I should listen to my thoughts. Nothing left but an empty cell. No sense in staying here. Yeah, okay. Exactly the thing I wanted to do. Great. Guard room. But Detective Jowd, until we meet again, came around quicker than I expected. When I got back to the guard room, the next fateful call came in. Hello, this is... Sissel, are you there? Hello, who is this? Oh, I'm not talking to you, officer. Anyway, if you're there, Sissel, come here immediately. I'll be waiting for you, if you make it in time, that is. Hey, wait a minute. Trace complete. KMR 3224 or something. Oh, I'm sorry. We should hear what happened here. That call. Who was it from? I don't know. Some weird call. Ah, but who? Will call an end to my dancing. Bleh. Now, once you get going like that, I'm not gonna stop you. It's a contest then! Which will stop first, my dancing or the turning of the planet? Bleh. I mean, at that rate, it's probably you. Good luck with that. Telephone. External line. KMR 3243. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of stealth sections, but like that, I'm tired now. On the other end of the telephone line, the scene that greets me tells me one simple fact. I'm too late. Say it. Say I'm too late. Now, this went poorly. But our great escape plan has ended in failure. Well, hey, good news. If he gets shot to death, then we can travel through time. That's good news, right? Never expected to see you here, Inspector Cavanella. Believe that's my line, old friend. What were you doing here? I believe that's my line too, clearly. I came to attend your execution. They told me what time it was. Couldn't get into the chamber, so I was observing a moment of silence here. And when I looked up, my eyes full of tears, there you were, baby. It's just the way things turned out. I took part in what seemed like a fun game, and here I am. Here's what I wish, old friend. Wish it was anybody but me who found you here. Because now that I've found you, man, I have to turn you in. You have to say spotlessly clean after all. Talk. Thanks for coming. I wanted to say goodbye to you. As you can see, I guess I'm not going to be much help to you. What's going to happen to you? Being executed tonight is about the only thing on my schedule, it seems. Executed, huh? That is pretty much meaningless to me. Anyway, I guess we'll be seeing each other again. By the way, there's something I'm looking for. Oh, that's right. You lost your memory. You know things I'd like to know. Would you mind if I ask you a few questions while you're staring down the barrel of a gun before you die and I resurrect you again? In return for tonight's fun little game? Is that it? I saw it, you know. That picture you were painting in your cell tonight. That was me. Which means you must know me. I'm very sorry, but I can't talk to you about that now. Nani? Why not? Because I don't know your true face. What? My true face? Seems as good a time as any to have this conversation. Yeah, that's fair, Critwidge. Also, hi, I'm not sure I gave you a proper greeting because I was having several panic attacks and getting a headache from the stealth section. I'm a detective. I can only talk about what I'm sure of. However, I can give you one lead at least. A lead? What is it? A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, I gave Lynn something to hold on to for me. It was a music box. If you ever come across it, I advise you to open it. It might jog your memory. That wooden box I found in Lynn's apartment. And that's the only help I can give you right now. Cavanella, that man pointing the gun at you right now, they say he's your good friend. Do you mean that the way that Vasco means it when he says he and Tech are such good friends? Which is usually when they're not being friends? We were, when we were in the detective division together. It was a long time ago. Now he's the head of the Special Investigation Unit. The top of the elite. Getting ahead is the only thing he thinks about now. And that white coat of his is the symbol of determination.
To get to Bone Town.
I mean, I guess that's one kind of such good friends. The kind who see each other's buttholes. And if you wonder why that keeps coming up, watch the entirety of Somnium Files, Nirvana Initiative. His white coat is some sort of symbol. For somebody looking to get promoted to the top, What's one thing they're afraid of most? A blot on their record, of course, like a stain on a pure white coat. Who would promote a man with a coat covered in stains? If it was me, I'd go with a black coat that didn't show the stains. That's not really the point. The world is full of excellent candidates, even one mistake could be the end of a career. But everybody makes mistakes, right? Nevertheless, Cabanel has chosen the path of the white coat. And he'd do anything at all to hide his coat's shadows. Like send his good friend to the gallows. Because that's the right thing to do. I'm a condemned criminal after all. And that's why he has the gun pointed at me right now. Execution. Is your execution really the right thing to do? I had a fair trial and that's what was decided. No problem there. But still, this is the punishment I should receive. In order to bring a final close to that case and put it to rest forever. And then believes you're innocent. She's running around right now trying to prove it. Is that all you have to leave her with? No problem there. I was sentenced to the death penalty for killing my wife Alma.
Oh, darn.
That's a regrettable outcome. Not darn. But to me, that's not all it was for. What do you mean that's not all it was for? Metal Gear? I'm talking about something that happened even before this case. I stole somebody else's life. Nani? It flipped around. It was 10 years ago. I'll never forget. That day I saved the life of a little girl. And I stole away the life of a man. 10 years ago, the life of a little girl? Metal Gear? Could that be Lynn? She told you about that? Yeah, and also she's like one of the few female leads in this game. She said you were her hero. Just calm down and drop the weapon. Stay back. If you come any closer, I'll shoot her.
It's somewhat effective!
10 years ago, in a certain park, a little girl was taken hostage. I was still young then. I didn't have any self-control. I remember asking myself at the time, wouldn't it be fun to shoot a man dead just to see what happens? Chad, are you gonna shoot this guy? And this is what I answered. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot that guy. My hand was shaking a little. If my hand slipped, the man might die. Even the little hostage girl was in danger. Nevertheless, that was my answer. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot. Gunshot said bang. And then the man died. I took his life. And then was never told the outcome. She was so young at the time. I don't deserve to be called a hero. What I deserve is execution. Alright, I guess we're done. Ready to go? My arms are getting tired. You got it, baby! Time for the big show of hauling you in! Oh, that's right. Just let me make one last phone call. As much as this character has come to be my enemy, I do appreciate the glib nature with which he utilizes the mechanics of the dead. Nico says, I believe Vasco curse is the expression whenever you touch Tech's face. Yes, that is correct. And that's a big favor to ask casually, old friend. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll pretend I'm not watching. I'll be listening, though. On that, you can rely. Sissel, you've got your own path to follow. You'd better hurry. My own path? Lynn is at the Justice Minister's office right now, right? It might not be a bad idea to say my final farewell to him, too. I believe the Justice Minister is the jowly guy, right? Hello? Everything's fine here. Is this the chicken kitchen? I'd like to request a delivery. I like that they're both talking completely past each other, but like two people are listening to this conversation, and like one of them sort of gets what's going on, and the other one has a gun pointed at this guy. Like, this is a really like wild, like farcical situation happening right now. The chicken kitchen is next door. Goodbye. Yeah, because it's really easy to accidentally call next door. That's like a normal thing that happens. Sounds like she's in some kind of trouble. It does, doesn't it? Go help her out, would you, Sissel? Do you like how when he turns, the paint splotches on his shirt shift around like a Rorschach mask from Watchmen? Sorry to keep you waiting, Inspector. Ready to go? Oh, before I forget! Where did the gun go? I have a little something for you. A pocket watch! 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 It's always a pocket watch, isn't it? Don't say I never did anything for you. It's a present. Nothing else like it, baby. If there's nothing else like it, don't throw it. Indeed, a pocket watch, Castle. What's this? A pocket watch? A pocket watch? A pocket watch? A pocket watch? Considering my situation, it's the last thing in the world I need right now. That reminds me of my favorite Twilight Zone episode, which in turn reminds me of the fact that I read an interesting article this week that touched on an old interview with Rod Serling, the guy who created the Twilight Zone. And in it, he indicated what his two favorite episodes of the show were, which I thought were really interesting. One of them, Time Enough at Last, is a really famous one, in which, someone accidentally survives the apocalypse and is really distraught until he realizes that he finally has the time to do all the reading that everyone in his life, gave him a hard time about. And then, the Twilight Zone happens. But the other one was really interesting to me because it was... I forget the name of it. There's a different episode that is about, just a woman in a cabin, sort of maybe in a swampy area in... I don't know, they don't really establish where it is. But, you sort of follow her around her house as these, little space aliens start accosting her with, little tiny ray guns and stuff. And, basically most of the episode is her being accosted by them and trying to find ways to, avoid the aliens. And then at the very end, she manages to find their spaceship up in her attic, and she, smashes it to pieces. And then, the camera zooms in, and, it reveals something mysterious about the aliens. Now, the second episode is not particularly well known. It is to me because it has some of the goofiest production values, in the entirety of the show's run. And what's interesting is, in the interview, he says, he basically implies that he really liked the story, but that they absolutely did not have the technology to envision it in that time, in the time it was made. And I just thought that was really interesting because, in fact, I agree with that. It is a really interesting story, and the production values are absolute nonsense. They're super goofy. The 80s Twilight Zone had a Pocket Watch episode called Paladin of the Lost Hour. I've seen some of the 80s Twilight Zone, but to be honest, I probably haven't seen most of those. I'm pretty sure I have seen all of the early 2000s reboot, which I think it was the Twilight Zone reboot that had Forrest Whitaker as the replacement narrator, since Rod Serling had obviously passed by that point. Most of those episodes weren't super memorable, other than one that harkened back to the Billy Mummy one, whose name I'm blanking on, which is super famous, where he's a kid with superpowers who accosts a whole town. And then there was some other one that I only remember parts of that really stuck with me. Something that was kind of a proto-commentary on reality TV. A Harlan Ellison story. With Danny Kaye in it? I should look that up. That sounds really interesting. You know what? I wonder if Peacock has, Twilight Zone reboots streaming. I should try to remember to check that out. Anyway, I've been on a Vasco tangent for a really long time now. And, incidentally, a pocket watch. Forgive me, man. It's just they say I'm no good at choosing presents. This is it, Sissel. Let me just leave you with one thing. A pocket watch. Also, don't trust other people's memories. Look for what you seek with your own eyes. I'll remember that. Yes, I mean Annie in the Cornfield. What's the name of that one? It's not just a good thing, is it? Is it something about a monster? Oh, it's really gonna bother me that I can't remember that. It's probably one of the top 10 most famous Twilight Zone episodes. I can't think of the name. They're gone. There's nothing left here. No hope, no course. Without any course, I can't follow after them. This is the end of my adventure. I feel pretty dejected, but I guess I'd better go find Lynn. I'll follow the path Detective Zhao pointed out to me. The path to the Justice Minister's office, where Lynn went to try and stop the execution. Is this my first time saving after the escape, or was that its own segment? Yeah, keep playing. Chapter 10. Okay. Okay. Now that my assignment to stop the execution had ended in such an unsatisfactory way, I decided to see Lynn at the Justice Minister's office. Detective Zhao's story about this other murder weighs on me heavily. Should I tell Lynn about it? I just don't know. I thought we weren't supposed to trust other people's memories. I'm also not sure we should trust our own memories, considering that we are a ghost, and ghosts forget things. This time, Lynn isn't dead, but the atmosphere makes me think it might be too soon to count my blessings just yet. Trick time! Well, that doesn't look great. Can I mess with the ceiling fan? Hey, can you hear me? He's dead, but he still seems to be unconscious. Hey, there you are! What kind of greeting is that? Shoving somebody's poor soul out of the way like that? Come on. Gotta say, though, no matter where you go, somebody always seems to turn up dead. I can't decide if that's a useful trait in a detective or an extremely bad one. Sorry about that. Anyway, who is it this time? Is this the Justice Minister? Yeah, the man who signed the order to carry out Detective Zhao's execution. I killed him in cold blood. He was already dead when I got here, I mean. Oh boy, I wonder what happened this time. Well, and how did it go? Was Detective Zhao still alive? He'd already been executed by the time I got there, but I did manage to save him. But then, like, a whole bunch of cartoon nonsense happened, and he couldn't figure out where the door was, and so, by the time he went to leave, he got caught again. Oh, you saved him? I'm so glad. Wait, did you say but? It's implied that I told her everything. About the other murder, though, I didn't tell her that. Inspector Cabanela arrested Detective Zhao? I mean, he did just escape from prison, in fairness. I can't believe it! Inspector Cabanela would never betray Zhao. Just so you know, Detective Zhao himself said it was the right thing to do. Anyway, I'd better take care of the Justice Minister here. I'm gonna reap his soul. No, wait, I'm the other guy. Oh no, Ditto, you weren't around for the Pocket Watch? We spent like 12 minutes on that Pocket Watch joke. It was almost as long as the original Pocket Watch joke. I have lots of questions for Zhao, too. Back we go then, to 4 minutes before his death. Time for the button, you know the one. Return to the past now. The timing feels off, even though I haven't changed it from last week when it mostly lined up perfectly. Emma! Well, excuse me. What? Nani? All right. I'll do as you say. This is terrible. You know what's actually like a really easy thing to not pay attention to here? Why doesn't she answer? Oh my god, he killed himself? He had such a panic attack, he killed himself? Yeah, almost. That's almost true. Yeah, he died of a heart attack. Medicine. Ooh, you hate to see it. Unless you're playing Heavy Rain, in which case you got like a 50% chance of choosing for that to happen. Water. Man, those are two, like, critical dexterity fails. I'm not sure the water would have helped. Blurg. But the thing I wanted to point out is... I didn't comment on it because I didn't clock it at first. But, like, I appreciate that Jowd was like, let me call, like, the Justice Minister's house so that you can go help out Lynn or whatever. But then he just happened to know off the top of his head the phone number for the Justice Minister. I mean, like, how long is it implied that Jowd has been in prison? Isn't it, like, almost a decade or something? Such a foolish man. Oh, you woke up. He's a contradiction. Contradiction? That's a different game. The more we search for the truth, the further into dilemma we fall. World of men is steeped in contradictions. If we choose this, we can't have that. If a man tries to have his medicine bottle and water pitcher too, he loses both. I don't know, to me it looks like you could have had both of those things just now. He didn't know the truth of the world. That's why he died such a foolish man. Maybe I should say pathetic man. That's a more fitting word. I don't think this guy gets it yet. That foolish and pathetic man is you. Is that what they call a contradiction? By the way, what's your name? Just call me a seeker of truth. Sidestep that one, eh? Click, click, clock. Clock noises. It's public knowledge. I mean, it's still like a 7-character phone number. It's not like the emergency services number from the IT crowd. No need to think too hard about this one. All I have to do is get his medicine to him. Pretty simple. But there's one more thing that concerns me. Just one more thing. What's that telephone call the Justice Minister got all about? It was right after his health... It was right after that his health took an instant downturn. I've never seen such a pathetic and... a foolish, pathetic, and strange man. I think you'd better stop there. Alright, I should probably, like... touch the phone, huh? Emma! Oh, excuse me. Forgive me for calling so late, Mr. Minister. Who is this? How did you get this number? Apparently it's not public knowledge after all. We have your daughter. Who is this? Amelie's tutor? Would a tutor call you at this late an hour? No. I'll say it one more time. We have your daughter. Nani? My daughter, is she alright? Tell me she's alright. Hear for yourself. Papa, help! I'm gonna be killed! She held the phone up to a candle. I don't think that's how candles work. Ah, good. Nego does seem to know the emergency services number from IT Crowd, which is good, because she's the only regular viewer who lives in the UK, so as a result, she has more need to know that than anyone else. What do you want? What are your demands? I believe we already made our demand known the other day. Oh, so it was you! And have you complied? Has the execution been carried out? I didn't do it because of your demand. I did it because... well, that's my job. Yes, yes, of course. They should be contacting me any minute now with confirmation. There's no need for this kidnapping. We're very thorough. You do well to remember that. Of course it goes without saying we're watching you. This information leaves that room.
Yikes forever.
You'll never see your daughter again. I trust you understand that. Don't tell the police, is that it? Exactly. All you have to do is your job. All right, I'll do as you say. I'll make sure the execution is carried out tonight. You have my word. I'm pretty sure I need information from over there at some point. It may not be relevant until after we fix the here. but I think I should probably go there to learn what I can. This might end up being a straight-up dead end, but, like, I think I want to do this. Trace complete! YMT2369. Nice. Apparently, the police in this country aren't so easily fooled. I had no idea word of tonight's deal had leaked. My brain wanted to read that sentence in a really confusing way. I had no idea word of tonight's deal had leaked. How about help? I'm gonna be killed. I hate you, Mama. Luckily, I managed to arrange it so that the Justice Minister could hear her voice. But what's taking the goods so long to arrive? I'm starting to get concerned. Trick time! Time is passing. Yeah, no shocker there. But since there's a bunch of cores in this room, I think I'll be coming back here later. Anyway, just demonstrate the fact that we're, this is a dead end. Uh-oh. Someone doesn't show any signs of moving from that spot. I can't use the telephone line. Looks like I fell into a trap. All women are like traps. Some are sweet traps, some are bitter. Don't you understand that? I think this guy's gonna get canceled. Anyway, let me rethink this whole situation. Usually I like to let the time pass a couple times just to get a clear sense that I'm not doing anything, but pretty sure we could just return to start. Wonder how he fathered a candle. Yeah, yeah, you probably don't need to know about that. Emma, etc., etc. Quite indubitably. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Oh my god, there's so much dialogue in that conversation. Stay here, please. Thank you. Round town. C'est incroyable. A kidnapping, eh? Once again, I'm not sure I know what the word means. What? But apparently it's the cause of the minister's attack. Such a useless man. Huh? A useless man caught in a useless case. Why doesn't he understand that? Anyway, we only have like 4 minutes, so I should probably save your life or whatever. Oh, hang on. Stuff's happening. I have to call my wife. I have to see if it's true. Maybe they called the wrong person. This minister doesn't accept the truth easily. He's morally bankrupt. Okay, now you're taking it too far. His wife won't answer for some reason. Because it's a messy separation and they hate each other. Wife who doesn't answer her phone. I think I know who that is. No, we definitely know who that is. We found this number originally because we know who this is. Morally bankrupt man deserves a morally bankrupt wife. Alright, now, okay, now hold on a second, sir. I'm gonna need you to stop talking about women. You're not helping your case. I feel like you belong in Raincoat or something. You belong in a more modern visual novel game where, for some reason, sexism is more welcome? I don't know how we've ended up there. Why doesn't that man understand that? I'm sorry I ever brought this guy along. So I should probably hear out this call? I mean, I guess the line never connects, so it doesn't really do anything, huh? So I think we want to get in the medicine bottle. And it looks like maybe we'll be able to, like, when it gets knocked over there, like, manipulate, there's like a suit of armor or something, maybe get it to, like, floop the sword and, like, knock the medicine back onto the desk or something like that. That's my working theory. Or maybe it'll, like, land up on the ceiling fan and I'll have to do something weird. I mean, let's be clear about this, Neko. We have seen his wife, and she's not great. And I'm not trying to say, like, she deserves, like, more consideration because she's a woman or something like that. But let's consider that from the perspective of the Jolly Minister Man, that he doesn't seem to acknowledge who he is, which strongly implies that he doesn't know who the woman on the other end of the phone is. And if that's true, then he's just making a really kind of uncomfortable blanket statement about women, and that's probably not great. It's true. She's inherently problematic by nature of the fact that she wanted to take out Missile, which is like the worst crime you could commit. This medicine stops heart attacks, huh? If I could, I'd spill them onto the desk right now. But unfortunately, I can't even open the cap. It's ghost-proof. What a shabby excuse for a man. Huh? He wears his important-looking uniform and sits working at his saintly desk. But what does he have inside? Nothing. A miserable little pile of secrets. I think you've already said quite enough. Come on, floop it. Floop it. Floop it real good. Floop dee doop 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 floopy doopy doop. This takes longer than I remembered. Come on. I mean, he has to. Doesn't he have like a second freak out? Uh-oh, here comes. His worry and anxiety have reached their peak. I'm such a disgraceful man. If one lives his life in fits, he's bound to be plagued by fits. It's so simple, why doesn't he understand? Wasn't a chance to rescue him before now. It's not over yet, though. I can't give up now. That's fair. He did call himself morally bankrupt. So at least he acknowledges he should be canceled. I like that observation. Is it as simple as swing the sword? I feel like it is. Nope. Okay. Freeze the arm. Close the curtain. And rock the basket, return the basket. I'm just, like, trying stuff. There's, like, so little time, I don't actually know what I'm doing at all. Is this frame hanger? Undo. I'm just, like, pressing buttons, man. How am I supposed to do this all so quick? This seems insane. Yeah, he just died, right? I mean, he's clearly not dead yet, so I feel like I should be able to... try to puzzle at that point, huh? Wow, that's a tough one. Because, like, they really don't give you very much... Like, these are the types of comments video games give that, like, make me irrationally upset. It's like, what about the situation makes you think I don't understand that I'm trying to get medicine to him? You realize that at the point I was able to start doing any of the puzzle solving, you gave me, like, 20 points of interaction that I can't link directly between. And, like, something like 3.5... like, real-time seconds in which to figure out exactly what to do? Why can't you just trick the medicine to knock it over? Because it's got a childproof cap on it. Ghosts can't do that. Ghosts aren't that strong. They're called tricks, not godlike abilities. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm trying to play pill golf, but the problem is, like, there's, like, 1,000 things to interact with, and it's not clear to me how to get anything to interact directly with the pill bomb. Such an unparalleled cowardice this man has. Before I get the medicine to him, I think I have to buy some time first. I mean, it can't be going to the other room. Maybe I have to make him drink some water first, or something weird? Flap the flag. Now, hang on a second. One might argue that I could try to flap the flag to stop the water jug from falling over. But if I did that, then I would have no way to get over to the other side of the room to do anything with the medicine. Documents have no trick associated with them. Medicine bottle, we just get, like, dialogue. How would I... Going through the phone doesn't work because we're in the past, and that's not how past phones work. I just end up stuck in that room and I can't come back because another call doesn't get made. Like, what would flapping the flag do? It's interesting that when you return to the past now, it's to a different point in time. It's not all the way back to start. I have to try it. Doing the other thing doesn't make any sense. So the phone is off the hook now. Is that how I'm supposed to cheat? No, it doesn't work. That's not how phones work. Actually, wait a minute. Does this somehow let me get up to the... I think I understand now. So that changed fate. At least now he's had some water. Still breathing, apparently, but he looks far from recovered. Such a wishy-washy man. He can't make up his mind as to whether to live or die. That's how he lives his life. Okay. But I bought some time. Okay, so make the fan spin faster, and then, yeah, it's gonna, like, pick up papers, and then if I... There we go. Hitch a ride! Okay. Time for the next step. How about this medicine bottle? The minister's gonna make a full recovery. I have to deliver this thing to him. But how is a ghost with no hands or feet supposed to do that? Guess I'll have to use my head instead. Alright, there's a lot to take on here. It feels like swinging this sword should be the way to play golf, but it doesn't reach the floor. So I have to set that up some. Hang on. The thing is pretty heavy. Gotta get a good swing to it. It's sharp enough to cut the medicine bottle in two, though. And it's not long enough. Such a reckless man. Only cowards like to keep weapons around. What a truly dangerous thing to have around. In any case, I bet I could use the sword somehow. Sure. I don't a little bit know what that means. I don't know why, but I think I am supposed to want to knock this over. What does it do when I do this? It just makes... just does that. So that's probably wrong then, huh? That was really loud. That iron's a lot heavier than it looks, made out of pretty thick iron. I wouldn't want to drop that on my foot. But I don't have feet. Skull joke. Now I'm just kind of experimenting to see what will happen if I, like... Wasn't that interesting? Made a little ramp. And this globe probably gives enough length that I could hit the ground, right? Okay, I would like that to turn the other way, though. That looks really good. If only the medicine bottle was under the swing. Bet it would go flying. It's on the wrong side of the room. It's starting to form a plan, though. But how to, like... And the only thing that immediately comes to mind is trying to, like, swing the big fake fruit the other way so that it might somehow clip the far end of the medicine bottle to send it over there. But if I was to do that, then wouldn't I lose the ability to knock over the vase that makes the ramp that makes the whole thing work in the first place? Just make sure no one gets shoved into the suit of armor and framed for murder 3 years later. I really hate to see that happen. That's an interesting thought. Send the globe over this way. Is that possible, though? If I rotate the globe, it would fall out the other side, so it wouldn't land directly on the sword. But if I swung the sword... Like, the sword swings in the opposite direction, doesn't it? So, like, it wouldn't send it the right way. It doesn't seem like. Put the fruit on the sword. Huh. That is interesting. It doesn't look as big as the globe, but that might work. But here's like a weird question. This is like a metagaming question. Why would it be possible to make a ramp in this specific fashion if that was the correct thing to do? There may be a legitimate answer to that. It's not immediately apparent. But I like that idea. Let's try that. Fate change. Now, is it going to be kind and, like, not make me do the fan thing again? I think it is not going to do that. Fart. Fart, fart, farty, fart. Farty McFart. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. So don't turn it. Rock the Casbah. Then turn it? Is this anything? No. I'm a little skeptical of that. So let's just, like, what happens? Yeah, it doesn't do it by itself. So I think the other method is closer, but, like, let's mess around for a minute. Yeah, time's passing, I understand. So what do we want to do next? I think this is, like, perfectly backwards, but I'm gonna try this, because... Actually, I want to hear what he says about that. This turn's pretty light. And once it's dropped, there's no getting it back. So I think what's going to happen is if I drop this, it's just going to break that. Oh, weird. Not what I was expecting. Well, like, the problem is, like, I still can't, like, do anything, right? It's a pretty light frame for its size. Sure, a lot of things that can fall down in this room.
He's a fallen man. He deserves to have everything come tumbling down on his head.
I don't know about fallen man, but you talk about him like he's your fall guy. I guess the key here is what order the objects are dropped in. What's weird is, I understand what that's trying to suggest, but I don't think I've found myself in a state where that's the problem. I mean, even if I could knock the pill bottle here... I mean, it's the right direction, but it can't reach, so that's, like, kind of a non-starter. Is the idea... It doesn't seem to make any sense. I'm gonna try something. Maybe left vase will roll down the ramp? Well, you can't knock down left vase at this point. I mean, we could... I mean, let's go back. We have to go back. There's no way that this gets us where we want to go. Like, if you don't put apple on sword, then you could use that to knock over the other vase. But, like, the problem is... I still haven't found a way to move the pill bomb. So... I mean, the question isn't so much the order of operations, because I feel like that's going to be relatively easy for me to figure out. The question is, like, what do I actually want to have happen? Because, like, I have the ability to make a solid ramp that faces with the top end to the left. If I could somehow magically get the pill bottle over to the right side and then hit it with the globe sword, then it would be pretty well positioned to fly over there. But there's multiple problems with that. One, I still can't move the pill bottle, and two, the sword swings the wrong way on the other statue. So if anything, you would knock it further to the right. So as much as that seems like it's the most obvious thing to do, I don't think that's it. Now, I could try, there's like multiple ways to try and interact with the frame. And I just want to see something, because it's not obvious to me exactly what's going to happen. So, move up. It's weird that those are the only two positions for the statue. Turn the basket. And then... Loop this. Knock the heavy one over. Shut up about it. Oh, hang on. Drop this. There's also arguably... There's actually a few different permutations, and I really don't know what's right here. So... There's no way to knock down this vase and also get the globe on the sword so that it's at ground level to hit something. And again, even if it did, it would swing the wrong way. So I think I'm supposed to... Let's try this. I'm just curious about this. What exactly does this do? Basically nothing. Wait, does this roll? Oh, it does roll. I didn't realize it rolled. Does the apple roll far from the tree? No, that's why I didn't think of that. Because they're very similar objects, and the other one has no similar functionality. What does that mean, then? I need to... What does that mean? I really wish the fate change would be over here. Blah, 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 blah. So let's think about this. We have square doodad, we have round doodad. Round doodad positions itself more like a lever, whereas square doodad makes a ramp. So far, ramp doesn't seem optimal. What would I do with the lever? Like, it would be possible to knock the heavier vase onto the left side of the lever. But what would I get? I mean, I guess the goal would be to get the medicine bottle over there, but I still haven't really figured out how to move that at all. No, wait, no. 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 I didn't do this right. I'm gonna have to go back. Although it is fine to... It should be fine to rotate this and then drop this first. I think this is still fine. There might be some really nitpicky order of operations thing that makes this not work. Eh. So go back over. Go up. Hop over to this. Create the lever. Go. Go into arm, go down. Go into curtain. I had like a weird thing stuck in my head where I was still trying to like use the globe to knock something, but like the globe is the thing I'm trying to move. So roll onto the thing. Perfect. I didn't actually know if that was going to work the way I wanted, but it did. And now we go up and turn this around. And now this is positioned in such a way that the heavy object will fall on the raised part of the lever and fling the globe, hopefully directly onto the sword in defiance of some amount of physics. Cool. Whew. That felt harder than it should have. Yeah, there's definitely some cartoon physics in here for sure. Sorry, I was ignoring chat because I was really trying to figure that out. Sorry if I missed anything. Yeah, it seems like we all eventually got there. But, like, you had to, like... There's a real specific order of operations after all. Look, the minister finally took his medicine. I think he might have even taken too much medicine.
Such a greedy man.
Huh?
He's supposed to take 2 capsules with water. Why doesn't he know that?
I cut the guy some slack. There, see? Yeah, see? He's singing the chicken song. I cleared the too much medicine challenge. I solved the overdose puzzle. Whew, that was a lot of work. Hey, you know what? I actually appreciate the game saying that. Because I don't think that was too hard of a challenge, but that was a lot of work, especially compared to some of these.
Well, hopefully this has taught him a lesson. He greatly underestimated his dependence on his medicine. I hope he learned something from the experience. First, know yourself. That is the key to everything.
You need to listen to your own advice. Anyway, let's go back to the world of the present. That guy is not a super helpful companion, BT Dubs. And so the Justice Minister is now back to life. But the furrows on his brow are even deeper now. And apparently Our Lady Detective is the present cause of those furrows.
Look, Detective, he was sentenced after a fair trial and the man himself wants to be executed.
But there was no other evidence. All they had was his own confession.
But it was no ordinary confession. It was the confession of an esteemed detective. Stay back! I told you I don't want anyone coming near me.
Mr. Minister, please listen to me. I might be able to gather new evidence in that case tonight.
Nani?
Please, just give me a little more time. Yeah, I mean, in fairness, anime, and I think that's valid to criticize the game for that, but... And it is the sort of thing I often would say, but at the same time, anime points out, finishing that puzzle does require a leap to think that the physics of that whole lever mechanism will cause you to, like, catapult the globe directly onto the sword, because if you don't think that'll work, it's hard for you to wrap your head around that. And that was part of what took me so long to get there on that. But in fairness to the game, it kind of does that a lot. I mean, I still maintain all the trapdoor shenanigans in the stealth section. Those are, like, almost pure nonsense. But, like, as much as I struggled with that actually seems like a fair constraint given all the stuff we've seen before.
I just got a call from the prison. No death row convict apparently just escaped. Unfortunately, after all this time, it seems he now wants to dodge his punishment.
What?
When he's apprehended, his sentence will be carried out. Tonight.
No! But when the sentence was handed down, you were against enforcing the death penalty. So why did you sign the order all of a sudden?
Well, it was simply performing my duty as a justice minister. That's all there is to it. Nothing to do with blackmail at all.
It looks like she's about to rip into the minister. I think she's forgotten all about me. I think I'll send her a little signal. Sissel, there you are! Sounds like the minister's being very stubborn. That's right, he is! Maybe we shouldn't have saved him after all. The minister has to have the execution carried out tonight, and he has a very good reason for it. A good reason? It's implied that I told her about the kidnapping. That's actually a candle and a tape recorder. Kidnapping? They kidnapped the Justice Minister's daughter? Apparently. Oh my goodness! Wait, what do you mean apparently? We witnessed that that's not... Oh, whatever. But still... That's no reason to hurry forward with the execution. Why don't you go ahead and say that to the Justice Minister, huh? The poor man, I'd hate to do that to him. Oh, by the way, do you think you could carry me? Oh, right, sure. Not very handy, is it, having no legs? Skull joke. Couldn't I move into a more convenient apparatus? This is an insane thing to do. Shouldn't this concern this man?
What are you going to do with that globe? Crack me in the head with it?
Oh, this? Pay no attention to my globe sword. It's the next best thing to a keyblade. It's kind of hard not to pay attention to it, though, in fairness.
By the way, and please pardon me if this is a silly question, were you talking to somebody just now? But of course not, right? I mean, there's no such thing as ghosts, right?
Me?
There's no such thing! This is a dream. It's nothing but a dream.
Don't you remember me?
My dream is talking to me.
Now I'm a dream, huh? Then he has another heart attack and we have to start the whole thing over, except he ate all his medicine. Mr. Minister? We know. We know about your daughter. She was kidnapped, wasn't she?
Nani?
If the execution doesn't take place tonight, then you won't get to see her again. Well, maybe in, like, a body bag. Oh my god, we, like, threw the sword at him? Your medicine! Except you already took all of it and you died! It's really awkward!
Oh, what am I going to do? The death row prisoner has escaped. He isn't executed tonight. My daughter, my Amelie.
But what if that execution isn't the right thing to do? You know, like, I can actually imagine, like, weird video game logic applying of, like, oh, he took the whole bottle, so as long as he keeps having heart attacks, it's not actually an OD, he'll just keep using up all the medicine. As Critwitch sort of implies with the benefit of the OD, it remains in the liver forever. What can I do? Trick time. Thoughts? I have to do something about that kidnapping. Until we do that, it'll be impossible to get the minister on our side. That's the way I see it. I think I'll start by gathering info on the kidnapping. And the only way I know how. By surveilling on people's phone calls, like the end of the Dark Knight. YMT2369, nice. I'm actually pretty glad that my personal phone number doesn't end in 69, because then every time I gave it to someone for any reason, I'd have to chuckle and say nice at the end. And I feel like that would be uncomfortable for everyone involved. I really should pay the kidnapper's hideout a visit. After all, if we want the Justice Minister to come around, we have to solve this problem first. I feel like I'm slowly moving away from my own mystery, but I'm not the kind of guy who can abandon a little lady in trouble. I guess I'm in this for a little while longer. Would it, though? I mean, at least in a professional setting, probably. But, like, I don't know. I feel like most people I know would probably appreciate that. Yeah, let's save our current place in time. Now, here's a question. If I remember correctly... I think this game has 15 chapters? So, can someone just do a quick search for the number of chapters in this game? I want to say it's 15. It might technically be 16, though. So if this is chapter 11... I really should do this tonight, I think. 18? Well, we're definitely going then. Is that really true? I think I was expecting to get through these at a certain pace when I was referencing this. And both of the ones that we've really done tonight have taken quite a while. Whoops, I went past that. The Justice Minister's daughter's been abducted. Something something recap, something something. Lynn says the execution is a mistake, and I believe her. And so I'm paying the kidnapper's hideout a visit to see what I can find out about the abduction. What took you so long? Your instinct was right, Beauty, my dear. They had that restaurant surrounded. Took me forever to shake them, and now my poor bike is ready for the scrap heap. Next time, maybe you should make it a tricycle so you don't hurt yourself. Is that like a euphemism? Ouch, that hurts, Beauty, but that's okay. That's what I love about you. The thing I love most about you is that I don't like you at all. Oh, look where we are. Or, not really. Be a little more gentle with our valuable hostage, please. Yeah, always keep a smile on a lady's face, right, my dear? There, see that, Beauty? There's a smile blooming on your face, too, my dear. Yes, a wry smile. I'm going out for a breath of fresh air. You're on guard duty. All right, I'll dream of you until you return. Why don't you open the trunk for our guest? I will, Beauty. I was just taking a little breather. All right, little lady. Let me open that little trunk for you. Did he fall immediately asleep? How is his neck doing that? Looks like the Justice Minister's daughter really has been kidnapped, and something else is bothering me too. I don't think I've ever been in this room before, but something about it is giving me a strange sense of déjà vu. Like I've seen it somewhere before. Trick time! Open door? Might as well listen to my thoughts, I guess. Whenever I possess a door like this, for some reason I get the urge to send something flying with it. These ghost tricks are kind of addictive. Oh, burn the candle bright. It's just gonna knock a star down, and then I trigger a ghost trick and fling the star and move into the star before it flies away. No. Wait, maybe. Swing? Okay. Where I thought that was going, but sure. Probably gonna have to lower that shade. Can I... What happens if I lower this? Doesn't really get me where I'm going, huh? Darn. I can't reach my destination from there. You can't get there from here. Interesting that that had its own whole, like, observation or whatever.
I don't need a map to get to Bonetown.
Don't need a map to get to Bonetown, but I sure could use one to figure out what to do here. So it's probably like suspend shelf, possess clock, enter trunk. I may be wrong, but I think I remember what we're about to learn. That didn't rock that very hard, huh? Move sconce. This is one of those things you light with fire, isn't it? Do you mean a candle? Is he getting dumber as he gets closer to, like, evaporating? As long as there's light in the room, something like is something like this really necessary? If something can be lit, it kind of makes me want to light it. I need another core to reach the trunk and open it. I wonder if I can create a new core. Can I even get back to the fire to do that? What happens if I rock this after I've moved that? Nothing? No change? Floop? I feel like I should be able to do something from here. Oh, spin faster. What is spin faster gonna do? Ah. Okay. Not entirely obvious that that would happen, but that's fair enough. So, the thing that I said I was gonna do in the first place? Nope. Wouldn't let me change position in between those two actions. And since the ball wasn't up here to light on fire, I don't think that was the correct thing to do, even though the game implies I should light something on fire. Can I do this? That's not gonna change, huh? That one can't swing. None of the remaining ones can swing. So... lower. Ricochet. And that lets me get over here. In theory, I shouldn't... Oh, okay. I probably need to do this next, right? Well, it's doing that. I can't move. So in the original contraption, these party poppers happen at the end, so they shouldn't be able to affect anything. But, like, is there even supposed to be something down here? I don't remember. Fire? Okay. I was concerned that it was just gonna fire regular confetti, and it was a timing thing, so I didn't want to, like, risk doing that until I thought I absolutely had to. Just my imagination, that's all he's gotta say. Amazingly simple fellow. This room, on the other hand, is starting to look amazingly festive. How can I use that to my advantage? Well, the way this is going now... Probably gonna need to fire this, huh? It's like a particularly roundabout way to, get where we're going. So... Beep bop, or... So there's not a soul point in that, so I just need to light that on fire. In Marvel vs. Capcom 3, Phoenix and Maya can be reskinned to look like Sissel and Lynn. Missile the dog looks like Amaterasu. Wow, that's pretty good. Yeah, this game's a trip, huh, Crit Twitch? Sorry, as the puzzles have gotten more complicated, it's been harder for me to just, like, check in with chat. How you doing, chat? It sure would be good to have a pocket watch right about now, huh? So, presumably we just get this to burn brighter, and then Bob's our proverbial uncle? No, it doesn't get far enough out. Fortunately, everything is just out of reach. So then, the thing that I need to do is... Let me try something. That doesn't seem like that's it. So then... I can only think of one thing immediately to try it. I'm not super optimistic about it. Huh. That wasn't what I was expecting to happen, but now I think I get it? Kind of. I'm still not all the way there. This cake box doesn't do anything, huh? It's disappointing, it doesn't even have cake in it. So all I need to do is bridge the gap between the flame and the dangly rope bit. If I can do that, then I should be able to come back here, spin the whirligig, stretch the... Well, okay, here's what... If I light that on fire, I think what it's going to do is catch onto the candle that the doll is holding on the right, and then if I spin the whirligig, it will overlap that fire, and the streamers stretch all the way to the weird miniature candelabra wall sconce thing. And for some reason, that's what I want. I'm not, like, entirely sure about why that is. Actually, that gives me a weird thought. I don't think it's gonna help, but it's something I should probably check. What happens if I move it? Literal nothing. Perfect. Okay, got nothing. You know, I thought I tried spin faster, but now that I'm actually thinking about it, because someone said that, I might not have done that. But, like, problem, though. I think I have to do 2 things at once. Now does this work? Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. It's one of those weird things where I just really thought I had tried that, but I just definitely didn't do that. Oh, look how not good the timing is. I mean, the goal is the clock. It's not clear to me how fire equals clock is where I'm at presently. Like, maybe it should be more obvious to me than it is. But, like, I understand how to make progress, and for now, that's good enough. So I raise this, and it should catch fire to the ring. And that lights that. Oh, that's rope! It sure looks like it's made of the same metallic material as the whole rest of the shelf, doesn't it? Just my imagination, see? Yeah. That was, it's a long walk for a short drink of water. Would you look at that? What in the... What's going on here? This little lady is... Is this little lady really a daughter of the Justice Minister? No. Bad detective. Looks like a nice chair. Yeah, actually, in the scheme of things, this is way closer to one of those, like, Jetsons futuristic, your entire car fits in a briefcase things than, like, a prison. Just my imagination. Wait a minute. No, it wasn't. That's a really weird puzzle. What's with the fun book and juice? Like I said, always keep a smile on a lady's face. I wanted to treat our guests well. How about treating me well? I'd like some bread and milk, please. At your service, my dear. Be back in a flash. Was she reading in the dark trunk? Maybe she's a ghost, and she doesn't experience darkness, but wait, ghosts can't read, so, huh. Hey, mister. Yes, cute little lady? More juice, perhaps? All you have to do is ask. Have I been kidnapped? Don't cry, little dear. There's nothing to be afraid of. The surroundings are miserable and filthy, I know, but we just ask for a little patience. Don't say those awful things about this house. This house is where I used to live. Well, that's some unbelievable coincidence there, huh? Nani? I feel like those gestures perfectly summarize the reaction to that. I apologize, little lady. I'm the one who's miserable and filthy. Forgive me. What's the meaning of this, beauty? Why here at this girl's old house? Don't ask me. It was the other party in our deal who chose this location. Ah, I see. It's been empty for 5 years, and apparently nobody ever comes here. But never mind that. What about my bread and milk? Oh, of course. All the bars in all the world. Yeah, something like that, Demolition. It's literally midnight. Where are you getting bread and milk? From the 24-hour bread and milk store? I mean, 7-Eleven, maybe. They have bread and milk. It's not particularly good bread, probably. Most likely fine. Now you'll be a good girl while I'm gone. See? Yeah.
Babe?
You just sit and read your book and drink your juice. I want to go home. Not quite yet. This dilapidated place was Camilla's old house? What's going on here? Here's a grim video game sentence that only happens in video games. It's a shame this little girl didn't die earlier, otherwise I could communicate with her psychically. Hold on. Nani? What in the world? Why does the little lady have a core of the dead? When I helped her out at Lynn's apartment, she didn't have one. So that must mean she must have died sometime after that. But it also means somebody else would have saved her. I better ask her what happened. Talk. Who's there? Oh, wait a minute. Is that you, Missile? Missile? I'm sorry, I'm not Missile. My name's Sissel. Sissel? My name's Camilla. Camilla? It is her. What happened to me? What is this place? I can hardly tell the poor little thing this is the land of the dead. The land of the dead? Does that mean I'm dead? I forgot I have no internal monologue. As a ghost, my thoughts are spoken. You can relax. You're not dead. I am. But this isn't the first time you've been here, apparently. Really? I don't remember. Wait a minute, maybe I do remember, sort of. You do? It looks like she doesn't remember being saved very well. So there's some other dead person out there with special powers, eh? Anyway, I don't want to press her if she doesn't remember dying. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about something else? Sure, go ahead, sissy. That's so perfectly irreverent for a little girl to call this strange ghost man sissy. Sissy, eh? Huh. Lynn asked me to do something for her tonight. I do know about that part. She asked you to go to the chicken kitchen on Dead End Drive, right? Yeah, but I never got there. Now I wish I could say I'm sorry to her. I never should have gone through that part. What part? Temsic part. It's a shortcut to Dead End Drive. Is that where the kidnappers grabbed you? Yeah, Lynn always said, I don't like that park. Scary things happen there. Temsic Park, eh? What am I going to do? Lynn's going to be mad. She is? How come? Because I left it there. The music box in the park. Oh, the music box. The music box. That music box was hidden in the apartment. I finally found it with a little bit of luck and courage. Guess where it was? It was in the ceiling, in a weird conspicuous hatch, and then it fell on a Christmas tree. I don't know. Where? I'll pretend I don't know, even though having thoughts is expressed as words. You know. You don't have to humor me. So what happened to the music box? I hid it in the bushes at the park just before it happened. Just before you were kidnapped. I didn't want the bad man to take it, so I hid it. I bet it's still there in the park. You did well. So the music box is in the park. I better let Lynn know. Except, well, I guess there's no clear and present danger, huh? About Camilla. This is your old house? Yeah, this is where we lived until 5 years ago. Now I live with Lynn and Missile. Lynn is like a big sister to you, isn't she? Yep, she's a detective, you know. She's a hero. She is, huh? By the way, about your father. Is he the Justice Minister? My father is gone. Gone? Maybe he passed away? No, that's not it. My dad, he's going to die. And it's all because of me. Nani? What do you mean because of you? Why would you say that? It's called an execution. My dad is a detective. Nani again? Don't tell me your father is Detective Jowd. That's right. Third time? 5 years ago, something really bad happened. Like a scary dream, but it wasn't a dream. 5 years ago. That case. That case! It was Mom's birthday that day. We went to the opera, yada yada yada. Batman was born. My mom and dad were working and I was home by myself. And then I had an idea. I was going to surprise my mom by being kidnapped. What irony? A master detective? I don't know, man. I feel like if Jowd was a master detective, he'd probably have a better grasp on the dead. But I guess that's really only a certain master detective, huh? It's gonna surprise my mom, and I set up that contraption. Do you mean the contraption that has the wall-mounted gun? Oh, no, wait. This one doesn't. It just has, like, the clock. I think that's the position the gun was in. Why is it dark? This is a lot of work for what would have been a rather young girl. Wow, no, there was like a gun with a really long cartoon bomb fuse on it and everything. So it really did happen just like that other room. But, why did we have that lever? Why did we even have that lever? Hey, can I get a yikes forever in chat? That's like a pretty big yikes. That's how you get Batman, sort of. I still can't believe it happened.
Yikes forever.
It wasn't supposed to work like that.
Forever.
Okay, but like for real, like real talk.
Forever.
There we go. Perfect. Thank you, everyone. So like, I can understand a world in which something went wrong. It's a complicated contraption. But like, here's my issue with that. Why did we have like an old-timey flintlock with a giant cartoon bomb fuse on it at all? Like, that just feels like a hazard in general. Like, I just feel like you probably shouldn't have that. And then, like, if you do have that, you, like, especially shouldn't be making Rube Goldbergs that shoot flaming arrows. Like, people who live in old flintlock houses shouldn't fire arrows, if you know what I mean, if you understand. Excellent point, Demolition. Also loaded. If it wasn't loaded, it would still be a bad idea, but it most likely wouldn't be lethal, just kind of dumb and bad. But, like, having a loaded wall-mounted flintlock with cartoonishly long bomb fuse, that's just, like, an absurdly bad idea. I know that contraption, and I know how it was supposed to work. Do you? Because you've only ever seen it shoot a gun. You've seen it used in an application such that it stops intruders from entering what seems to be a duplicate of this room. Party poppers and a cake and a birthday message. I would argue that we haven't seen that. I mean, we've seen a cake and party poppers, but every time we've seen this thing go, it's spread fire. My dad told me not to tell anybody. Just leave it to me, he said. Anyway, time makes fools of us all. My dad wanted to be executed. He asked them for it. But I wanted to tell everyone it was my fault. My dad said what I saw was a bad dream. He told me to forget it. Oh, this is so unbelievably tragic. I can't believe it. This little lady is Detective Jowd's daughter? I just can't tell her. I can't tell her why she was kidnapped. Dude, you don't have internal monologue. Why was I kidnapped? I want to know! Ah, crap. There's no secrets in the ghost world. Shh, lack of secrets. Maybe we'd better stop talking. It's too dangerous. Sissy, you're not gonna talk to me anymore? I think we better get you out of here first, and then I can hopefully not talk to you about why you were kidnapped. Okay, but I'm gonna rescue you now. Hold on a little longer, okay? I love you, bye-bye! Okay, but we'll talk later, right? I didn't promise anything. Updated the phone book. I don't see any milk or bread. Mission failed. What took you so long? I traveled the entire town in search of the finest bread and milk for you, my dear. But it's late and all the shops are closed. We're leaving this place right now. What? But he's not here yet. If we couldn't meet at the restaurant, weren't we supposed to meet here? Yes, and he's the one who chose this location. I don't like this one bit. We have to run around doing all this extra work for all for the sake of his deal. Be quiet. It can't be helped. This place is too dangerous. I told you, my sixth sense is very strong, and there's definitely a ghost doing tricks in this room. Alright, as you wish, beauty. I feel it. I sense something here in this room. Now, I don't know why I've leaned so hard on the Minion buttons thing lately, but, like, it just seems like a really convenient way to end every conversation. Okay, I love you, bye-bye! Is somebody here? Can you hear me? Me? I can sense your presence, you know. The next time I sense you, this child will die. The same will happen if I find any sprinkles in my ice cream. Remember that.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, man, she called us out. Alright, we're leaving. Are we taking the kidnapping trunk with us? Pardon me, little lady. Are we in her book right now? I think we're in her book right now, which is why that happened.
Ah! What the fuck?
I don't know what that one was for, but yeah, sure. Still distraught at the thought of being sensed. Oh, her book. Yeah. It's pretty rough to, like... I mean, it's one thing to kidnap a girl and put her in, like, the weirdest trunk I've ever seen in my life and give her juice and a book. But if you take away the book, that's just cruel and unusual punishment. That's the bridge too far. All of a sudden, I'm left behind alone in a room that stole the little lady's smile away 5 years ago. The little lady is gone now, leaving me with only a few new facts. A few very heavy, very sad facts. Does Lynn know about all this? One other thing stands out in my mind. I can sense your presence. Some of that kidnapper's final words. Do those two know? Do the kidnappers know about the powers of the dead? It's already past midnight in game, huh? I don't know if I should do one more. You said 18 demolition? This is problematic. So if we do 13, then we'd have 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. It's still like a lot. But if we did another 4 hours, that might work. Looks like the kidnappers made a big mistake. The girl in the trunk is Detective Jowd's daughter, Camilla, not the minister's daughter. When I got back to the Justice Minister's office, things were getting even more out of hand. The devastated man was being grilled by the fiery detective lady. Interesting that we shortcut that. This game normally makes you go all the way to the next thing. Ring, 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 phone call, phone call. I told Lynn about what I found about the kidnapping, and it wasn't the Justice Minister's daughter who had been abducted. Which isn't exactly good news, but could, I guess, technically be worse? The kidnappers had been holed up in Camilla's old house, and that they sensed my presence and were already gone. But Camilla! Why do they have Camilla? Her father isn't the stupid old Justice Minister. I think the stupid old part is a little uncalled for. It looks like the kidnappers made a mistake somehow. The poor girl? Kidnapped for the ransom of her own father's execution? It's just too much. It's a cruel twist of fate, I agree. And then there's those other twists, too. Like the kidnappers winding up in and using Camilla's old house as their hideout. There's no way it could be just a coincidence. And them sensing my presence? They seem to know about the powers of the dead. I just don't understand any of it.
I told you before, Detective. I want you to stand back.
Objection. Who cares about distance at a time like this? Well, spoken like someone who hasn't endured 2020 yet, am I right? Am I right, social distancers? No? Okay. Look, Mr. Minister, that wasn't your daughter that was kidnapped. Don't try to pretend you didn't hear what we were saying. There's no secrets among the dead, weirdly. Dead men tell no tales, except to each other, in which case, everything that they think is verbalized, sort of.
How can I believe in you? I'm a realist.
Please! If you don't believe what you say, if you don't believe what we say, see for yourself. Just call home and...
I tried calling 100 times, but my wife won't answer.
She won't?
It's complicated. Oh, why does fate have to be such a complicated thing?
But if she doesn't answer, doesn't that mean everything's normal?
It doesn't prove it. And I'm being watched. I can't have the police go check for me. Besides, if the execution isn't carried out tonight, the hostage will be killed. What difference does it make if it's my daughter or not?
I think I know who this is.
Ooh-wee, that's quite a pickle, Mr. Minister. Quite a pickle.
Ruh-roh.
Miss me, baby?
Inspector Cabanela!
I have a little report for you, Mr. Minister.
That is an incredibly deep bow, my god.
The escaped prisoner has been apprehended. Thought you might like to see him, so here he is.
Hey, wait, I would just like to point out that at some point it's implied that we put the sword with the globe on it back in the statue's hand without removing the globe. Somehow that specific combination of events seems insane to me. Detective Jowd, I'm so sorry, I tried. I know that you're innocent. I just can't prove it. I'm so sorry. Lynn, please don't apologize to me. Hey, wait, how did they get a bunch of, like, giant toy soldiers slash, like, beefeaters or whatever those guys are called? The, like, British guards who don't laugh or whatever. These guys are completely incongruous with the whole vibe of the rest of the game. Where did they come from?
Ah, the beautiful love between a teacher and student. It brings a tear to my eye.
Goodness, a bunch of thoughts and words and deeds. You knew, didn't you, Inspector Cabanela, that the execution was tonight?
I don't believe I had any obligation to tell you. That's how you know I'm a cool guy, is because I lean on, like, more ambiguity about things that I probably should have done if we really cared about each other.
I mean, you know as well as I do. Detective Jowd could never have done such a thing.
Oh, come on now, baby. I know no such thing. I'm a piece of crap after all. I know two things to be true and only two things. It makes me a pretty poor detective because those are literally the only two things that I know. One, he was given the death penalty. And two, he tried to escape. What else could I do but haul him in, baby?
If that's the case, why did you bring him here?
Whatever do you mean, young lady?
He escaped from prison, right? So why didn't you just take him back to the prison? I think you only brought him here to brag about your accomplishment. Isn't that right, Inspector? For your own selfish reasons. So were all those rumors about you true? But the only thing you care about is a spotless record and also white jacket? Is that more important to you than saving a friend?
Everybody has certain principles they can't go back on, including me. You'll understand that someday, baby.
That's enough, Lin. But Detective Zhao! I'm a death row inmate who escaped from prison. This is how it should be. But...
What am I doing with my life? Bing bong. Bing.
So, Mr. Ghost, we meet again. I hear something happened. Something about a kidnapper?
Some kidnappers are saying they abducted the Justice Minister's daughter.
That's terrible. What's their demand?
The carrying out of your execution tonight.
Ha ha ha! I had no idea I was so hated. But the minister doesn't have to worry. I die and it's all over. Very simple.
It's not that simple!
Why not?
Because it isn't really the minister's daughter who got kidnapped. It's Camilla!
Nani? Camilla?
I checked out for myself. I'm positive.
No, it can't be!
And by the way, Camilla told me something interesting. She said the one who killed her mother 5 years ago was Camilla herself. Oh my god, where does the Nani emote come from? It's very good. Oh, wait a minute, is that the same channel, Castle, who just recently played Nirvana Initiative? I watched a little bit of that clip. That reaction was not dissimilar to mine. Just sort of like patiently like, okay, now what insane thing is happening?
What are you talking about? Don't listen to him. I'm the one who shot her. I shot him. I shot Alma. When I'm executed tonight, that'll be the end of it. Camilla won't have to suffer any more after tonight.
For a capable detective, you say some incredibly misguided things. You dying isn't going to end that girl's suffering, idiot. It'll just bring her new suffering. The only person's pain this execution is going to ease is yours.
Nani? Is it true, what Camilla said?
Why don't you tell us what you know? I like that we get to bend time by having these ghost conversations. The murder 5 years ago.
To be honest, I still don't understand what happened that day. It was my wife's, Alma's, birthday. We came home from work and she went in first. I waited several minutes so a contraption could slowly shoot her to death. And then, I didn't see what happened.
It's just absolutely unfathomable that our house would work this way.
What was that noise? I looked for the shooter, but there was nobody to be found. There was nobody there besides Alma and Camilla, just the two of them.
So the little lady's mother died right in front of her.
Oh my, that's horrible! Camilla told me about it. She was crying. She said the contraption she made did something and wasn't supposed to. It made an impossible move.
An impossible move? Powers of the dead!
It's been 5 years since then. I stopped thinking about it. I shot Alma. There's no other explanation. That's what I'd convinced everyone of, even myself. But tonight you showed up and gave me an explanation I never would have thought of before.
Powers of the dead, right?
That day in that room, powers that I didn't understand were at work. And if that's the case, it clears up all the mysteries.
Maybe not all. There are a couple other people who know about those powers.
Is somebody there? Can you hear me? I can sense your presence, you know.
The kidnappers who abducted Camilla knew about those powers. Neko asks, why is Lynn able to take part in this ghost conversation? I'll admit that we play a little fast and loose with the range at which people who've been touched by the powers of the dead can communicate. But we have sort of established that, like, group telepathy is sort of possible if there's, like, a dead spirit acting as a sort of medium between living people who have been saved by ghosts.
there's a sort of internal logic to it, but because Lynn's across the room, I do still question that, because I feel like that's out of the implied range from the past incidents. This is no ordinary kidnapping. It looks like my wife's case isn't coming to an end after all. I'm the only one who thought it was. Detective Jowd! There's still time before dawn. A little, anyway. How about you see this case through to the end before you die? An impossible move. Camilla was a quiet little girl, but she was good with her hands. She was a little genius at making elaborate toys and contraptions. Oh my god, is she also, like, what's that guy's name in The Seventh Guest? Is she the toy maker in the Cursed Town where the toys are horrible? But there were two very strange points about that contraption. The first was, of course, the firing of that gun. Right, that was an antique gun I'd had on display for years. Don't ask why I had a big cartoon bomb fuse on it. There's literally no reasonable explanation. So it wasn't part of the little lady's original design. Of course it wasn't. It was supposed to be a surprise for her mother's birthday. And the other strange point was the movement of that Cupid. Cupid? It was supposed to shoot its arrow without turning around. Okay, two things. I mean, yes, I think you're right, Neko, that currently we're all just stood in the office motionless, maybe drooling while having a secret ghost meeting. But, in fairness, entering the ghost world does typically stop time, so you might argue that we've stopped time by doing this, even though that's not explicitly stated as a power of the dead. We may be doing that cheaty thing that, like, tabletop role-playing games do, where, like, talking is a free action. So, like, you could basically say as much as you want, and eventually it clearly defies the laws of time. But... Oh, okay, I think I get it now. This whole time, I was sort of assuming that when they were talking about, like, the surprise of the birthday cake, that, like, the box that gets lifted by the fan, like, still had the cake in it, but it's just, like, a top of the box, and it lifts off. I thought we were saying that, like, we strung it up so we'd, like, spin the cake around in a cake box, and I'm like, who wants that? What is that for? Oh, I didn't actually read that. Something, they manipulated the Cupid with ghost powers, and they turned it around. I don't know what to say. I didn't have time to think things through then. All I know is I had to protect Camilla. I made a small adjustment to the scene and turned myself in. Adjustment to the scene? What kind of adjustment? The gun, of course. The gun, eh? Come to think of it. Yeah, it definitely wasn't there in the present. There was no gun there, just a picture hanging on the wall. Of course not, because I secretly switched the gun out of that frame with the picture. Shh! Secretly switched the gun out of the frame. I'm glad that wasn't just me, because she thought that the Cupid was supposed to shoot it down or something. Or no, the mom was gonna shoot it with a slingshot like the Flying Gibson Animal Crossing. Yeah, the song was supposed to tip her off to the fact that we were following Animal Crossing rules. Somehow. I didn't believe what she told me about her contraption. But one thing was for certain. That gun was still smoking. So that gun really did shoot Alma? I hid the gun before I went to the police. You hid it? Yeah, guess where he hid it? In the music box. I put it in a wooden box and gave it to a certain detective. What? You mean... And that detective thinks it's a music box. Well, at this point, I think that's no longer a correct statement. So that's what's in the box, huh? What's in the box? I got a different murder weapon ready to give the police, my own pistol. And I did a few other things to make it look good. I won't go into the details. When I was all done, I turned myself in. It's weird that the conversation doesn't end itself at this point, but okay. Detective Jowd, is what you just told us true? Yes, of course. In that case, there's still time. Still time? Time to solve the case that started 5 years ago. You didn't do it, Detective Jowd. And of course little Camilla didn't do it either. So the true perpetrator is still out there, and I'm going to prove it. For Camilla's sake. That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Detective Jowd. Lynn, where is that music box now? In Temsic Park. Camilla left it there. Hey, shouldn't we maybe say this part as, like, I don't know, sort of like a ghost conversation? Because, like, a guy who's definitely not on our side and, like, wants to bury this case for his own selfish reasons is definitely listening to you say this and could attempt to intercept it. I mean, he doesn't know about ghosts and whatever, but, like, why make it easy for him to do that? That gun is important evidence. You better go pick it up. Yes, sir. I'll go right now. Luckily, none of these Beefeater guards are gonna do anything about it for some reason. Sissel, take care of Detective Jowd. Execute him or whatever. I forgot what we were doing. This conversation was really long. And do something about the kidnapping so we can get the minister on our side. Easy enough for you to say. Why did we let her go? Anyway. What's going on? Deal me the deal, Mr. Death Row inmate? A little change in plans. My daughter's been kidnapped. I can't just go off to dine without doing something. But you're in our custody, don't forget. Back at the prison, everybody's waiting for you with a special seat just for you, baby! Then I guess we better prove my innocence on the double. On the double, is it? You sound so determined, my old friend. I want to save Camilla in more ways than one. And that's all there is to it. I see, my old friend, in more ways than one. What say you, Mr. Minister? May we have your decision? Should the execution be carried out tonight as planned? Or should we hold off and wait for this important evidence to come in? The order still stands. Bring the prisoner back immediately and resume its enforcement. Incredibly deep bow. As you wish, Your Excellency. Please don't bow down to me. This guy would be a terrible Chopin. Doesn't he want to bow down before the morning light? Or Zelbiali or something? Someday I have to, like, put in the work to memorize all those quotes. And especially not that low. In that case, can I have one of your... He's just elongating the word boys, but I got really confused, and I thought he was talking about buoys, and I'm like, in what, where, is what happened? What happening? In that case, can I have one of your boys arrange a prison van to pick him up? I gotta go steal some evidence from Temsic Park. Oh my god, that gesture was incredible. The gesture of going to get a prison van for Detective Jowd. Was he carrying that chair in his coat the whole time? That's unbelievable. That's incredible. The van should take about 10 minutes, I'm guessing. Your escape tonight was brilliant. Will you show me another miracle in these last few minutes of yours, Mr. Death Row inmate? Trick time! Where am I? A spear? Glad to see Detective Jowd all fired up now, but I feel like I'm under the gun. Even if Lynn does come through with the proof of Jowd's innocence, it'll be meaningless if Jowd or Camilla dies. Gotta do something about that kidnapping somehow. Maybe I should ask for some advice from the capable detective here. Wow, my brain is shutting down at this point in the stream, huh? Touch your face. Most likely the minister won't stop the execution. Not as long as there's any small chance his daughter's the one who was kidnapped. But she isn't the one, I'm sure of it. Well, it'd be great if we could prove that to the minister. Prove it how? I doubt his wife is ever going to answer that phone if we call from here. If we call from here, right. But a telephone works in both directions. That telephone goes both ways. What are you saying? What I'm saying is, only family members can solve a family problem. Hey, Mr. Ghost. Yes? I have to admit I don't like depending on others. But you're the only one who can change the situation. Gee, Detective. For these past 5 years, Camilla's the only thing that kept me going. I can't go meekly to the chair now. I hate to ask this, but would you mind saving me? I'll try. The key to getting the Justice Minister to stop the execution is his wife and daughter. But is there a way? Well... no, please cancel. Please go to here, and please go to... Oh. Style. I need to go. Well, I guess I could try just going to their apartment, huh? For some reason, I had some weird mental block, and I was like, if I go to Lynn's apartment, I can sneak over again. But, like, I could just go to there. I mean, why attack for lethal when you could control the board? Certainly carried Stranger Things in your pocket, Vasco. That's not true. I've never had a DVD of Stranger Things, and I don't know of another way to confine that to a physical medium to fit in my pocket. Stupid joke. Just as I thought. This little girl is safe in her bed. By the way, question for those live in chat. Does the decision read that now that Jowd has the conviction to carry on, that his voice is changed to, like, stronger detective voice? Does that carry, or is that confusing? Should I just be consistent with that? Like a 9 months pregnant lady. I mean, yeah, look, every now and then you gotta carry around like a 9 months pregnant lady. Oh, that's fair. I could download Stranger Things onto USB. I haven't done that, but I could. Okay. Murder, execution, jailbreak, betrayal, and now kidnapping. This last link in a long chain of sad fate lit a fire in Jowd's heart. And the chance to turn it all around is right here in this room. I'm getting a strange premonition. Everything that happened so far tonight is related back to me in some way. I bet this mistaken-ridden abduction does too. Mistaken-ridden? That's a weird word. It's fine. I think there's enough consensus that people thought that made sense. I just, like, since I didn't specifically call it out, I wasn't sure if people who were, like, maybe listening only were like, who suddenly, what's happening? But, like, yeah, I think now that, like, Jowd is, like, trying to take care of him, like, I think it actually works really well. I don't remember who suggested Bob Ross, like, soft-spoken voice, because we saw him do the painting before we really talked to him. But, like, I think it works really well, where he was just sort of like, yeah, you might as well kill me. And then, like, now he's like, my daughter's in trouble. I'm gonna mess you up. Like, save current place of time. Tell me what chapter we're on. If that counted as a chapter, I think we might call it there. Yeah. Well, I don't think I should go longer. I think I would like to try to finish this next week. If that wasn't my goal, I probably shouldn't have done the last one. One more, chat? We going long? It's true. The thing is that I think the last chapter might be long as well, and the things are getting more complicated, so, like, I don't think it's feasible to get everything done in 1 week. But, like, the problem is, like, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other at this point, of, like, well, no. I mean, if the ending is particularly long because it's wrapping stuff up, then, like, that's extra length. Well, it's possible this one isn't even that long. Alright. Gird your loins, everyone. And no one left in chat knows what that means. I visited the novelist's apartment again. I'm hoping to be able to do something about this mistaken identity kidnapping. Yeah, that's the goal. It's like, as much as I am genuinely enjoying this game outside of the stealth section, I would like to have this finished by next week just for there to be, like, more dedicated Halloween time. It's not that I, like, want to rush through the game as much as it is that, like, this was sort of a bridge for Halloween. You understand. As long as there's any possibility, it could be his own daughter who was kidnapped. I doubt the Justice Minister will call off the execution tonight. All I have to do is get this girl to call her dad. The key to dispelling the Minister's doubts is now in bed, coughing. And I need to use this key before that prison van arrives to pick up our death row inmate. Does it involve wearing a girdle? It does not. It involves the Glass Cannon podcast. Oh, my darling angel. Oh, just listen to that cough. You naughty thing. Did you leave your nice warm bed to go out in the night to play? A daughter after my own heart. But I must confess I didn't even notice you were gone. Cheers to you being sick, 'cause I'm pretty messed up. I didn't go out to play. I went to buy Papa a birthday present. He said he wanted a new lighter. But there's no reason to go out this late at night. But my fever finally went down. I could barely move before that. But look what it brought you. Your fever is now worse than ever. Here is to the feverish passion of my darling angel. Clink. Mama. Yes, darling. Let's call Papa and wish him a happy birthday, even though it's already past midnight. Not tonight, Emily. Well, luckily it's something she already wants to do. That helps our cause some amount. Looks like this little girl was safe all along. I already knew that, but I'm still relieved all the same. And there's another lucky development, too. She wants to call her father. Now, if I could just make use of that feeling somehow, that would surely bring the Justice Minister around. Well, this looks to be the same sort of shelf as before. So, I could potentially, like, break one of the ropes holding it up. You know, that was, like, a lot easier than I was expecting that to be. The phone! Emily, I told you couldn't call him tonight because I'm basically the literal devil. I mean, like, seriously, like, how messed up is this lady, right? Like, her daughter is, like, sick in bed, but she loves her dad so much that she, like, broke bed rest to go buy him a present for his birthday. And not only will the mom not let her, like, see him, she also refuses to let her even call to wish him a happy birthday. That's, like, so, like, deeply messed up. This lady sucks 10 out of 10. Why not? Listen to me, Emily. I'm actually the devil. And your father's about to make a big mistake. Wait a minute, are you actually in it with the kidnappers? I legitimately don't remember this. Is that like a thing? Is that happening? I want him to reconsider. What do you know about it, Mama? He's the one who's the Justice Minister, you know. All you do is write weird novels that really creep me out. Uh-oh. Her hair's doing a Medusa thing. What do you mean weird? How dare you disparage my romantic expressions? Now you've really made me angry, you really have. How do you expect me to forgive such an insult? Yeah, I would like to light her on fire. You're right, Neko. That would be great. I hate you. I think her hair's meant to look like a rose. When it's like this, it definitely looks like a closed-up rose. When it opens up, it's probably supposed to resemble an open rose, but to me, it still just kind of looks like chaos, at least at that angle. There. I'll be keeping an eye on you now, so don't you do anything mischievous, like calling your father. I hate you. I can hear you, you know. It's sort of the point. Cool. What a pair. I don't know what this family's issues are, but I do know I have to do something about this lady. I have to do something about this lady, so Emily can call. I think a comma belongs in there somewhere. Okay. That doesn't do anything, but it does make me feel a little better. Mouse. This is a chandelier hoist that somehow doesn't have a ghost trick. She put the dictionary up on the top shelf since we were last here. Lady's dictionary. Wasn't this on her desk before? Poor thing, destined to never be returned to bookshelves. Hey, Rat. If I let time pass, you kind of... Oh, hey, hang on a second. There's like a whole sparking doodad. What if I turn this valve? That didn't answer my question. What does the valve do? Okay, that's fine. I presume I'm meant to drop this rat. Chime. Well, well, having a good time, are we, little rodent? Sweet dreams! Oh, my good gracious. Oh, dear. Did you fancy the vintage, my whiskered friend? Here's to hitting rodents with wine bottles like a totally normal person. Oh, hang on, I'm having a thought about that.
Squeak,
Jeez.
squeak.
Okay, Chad, I need your help, because my soundboard still isn't set up again. And there's a sound for this. This lady's more powerful than I thought.
She's even stronger than my mom.
Perfectly timed, Castle, thank you. Looks like she tipped the wall candelabra to one side, too. The angle of those candles.
Yikes forever.
Angle of the dangle. I get the feeling I've seen something very similar to that quite recently. Alright, so now I presume that we, like, tip this poor rat onto the sparking wires, and I have no idea what that's gonna do to it. Actually, we also have Squeak Squeak. That's perfectly applicable if anyone wants to have fun with that while this all is happening. Oh, heavens, a blackout at a critical time like this. Of course, dim lights suit my story of love very well, but I myself am not very
Squeak,
fond of
squeak.
the dark. We haven't gotten a lot of mileage out of Squeak Squeak lately. For a while, it was like everywhere. What's on the earth? This chandelier just narrowly missed the back of my head. I love the thrill of romance, but I don't need these kinds of thrills, thank you. I forgot how she lights matches. She just put that in her drink. Is she gonna drink the match? Go back 4 minutes to save the rat and kill this lady. That's probably the next step, right? Ah, what a wonderful atmosphere. Perfect for a clandestine meeting in the dusky twilight. Trick time. Oh my god, this poor rat. I think it's literally dead. I don't exactly know how this situation came about, but I think I owe the rat an apology. The rat seems to be unconscious, but now the room has changed into this. Maybe I can use it somehow. Presumably I want to do something to send something through the fire of this candelabra and over to the other candelabra. And then question marks profit. Can't get all the way over there, right? I don't know that that would do anything. Frank?
What a naughty chandelier.
I was thinking the windmill could help, but I don't actually know how to get over there. Not right now, anyway. At least I think I do. This doesn't reach. This obviously doesn't reach. And unless the rat gets up and carries something over there, I think that's, like, as good as that's getting. So it must be the case that I need to do something over here, right? Because, like, I distract her by dropping the winch or whatever. And then I have an opportunity to... something. Better not put the lamp out right now. Okay. Have to think of a way to keep her mother... Okay. I understand. It took me basically until it was no longer possible to do it to figure it out. But... here goes cranking! If you could just... I'd appreciate if you could give me control. I want me to take over control. Plug it in and turn me on. No, who is that, Afrojack? No one here is gonna tell me. Now wait a minute. I don't get control back. No, wait, no. That's much too... I understand my mistake. That's much too nice of an idea. That's much too nice of an idea that I had just now. Hold, please. Everyone hold. Everyone's gonna like this if I'm correct. And I'm fairly certain I am, because now I'm realizing that the game actually cued me for this. How are you like this?
Such insolence!
Well, now I'm at a bit of a loss. Do it again! She can dodge the other way too, huh? Alright, game, I'll listen to my own thoughts. It's twice she managed to dodge like that. Who knew she was such a dodging champion? Starting to get annoyed. Let me try that again. I'll get her this time. I must be missing something. This valve does nothing as far as I know.
Is it insolence or insulation? Whatever, I'll look it up tomorrow.
Okay, let me try combining the two ideas. I don't know if this will work, but, like, I don't know, maybe? Okay, what's the soonest she'll give me control of Ghost World? I still have to watch her do this, huh? If I could just move while she was doing that, I have an idea. Because my thought was, like, while she goes back to crank it a second time, maybe for some reason the game gives me control there when it didn't previously. And then if I turned off her desk lamp, like, maybe I could extinguish enough light that she doesn't successfully dodge. What am I missing? I can't close the latch because there's a rat there. But, like, now that she's not going for the dictionary, her behavior doesn't change, so what can I change? Chime? Oh goodness, look at the time! As I bask in my tale of love, time has been moving on at the speed of light! Even though she's immersed in love, she can still hear this, eh? But this won't buy enough time for her daughter to make a phone call. There must be something else I can distract her with. Well, here's the problem. A distraction in and of itself isn't useful until the daughter has access to the phone. I don't know how to do that. There's no trick with the dictionary. So it's not like I could rock the dictionary off the shelf and club her in the head or something. Use the clock to distract her so she can't dodge. Unfortunately, that doesn't work because I don't get control of my ghost powers at any point between her... Maybe there would be a way to do that? I don't think that will work, but I will try that. No, wait, because the second I do this, I lose control until it's back up. When do I get control again? It's when she's walking back. Now, this might work. This might work. You might be right. Bing. She doesn't react to it when she's walking. It doesn't work. It doesn't work because she doesn't react. That sucks. I hate it. What is it? Alright. No, that doesn't do anything. So that leads me to think the only reason to control the clock chime is to make her look at the rat, which we've already accomplished. I'll make that assumption for now, because I don't see anything else to do. I don't think the pendulum swing is necessarily relevant to us at this point. We already used it earlier to get to the phone. What happens when you try to get to the chandelier? At what point, Critwitch? I mean, I can be on the... Oh, wait a minute. Chandelier has burned brighter. I didn't look at that, because before when I could possess it, it wasn't on. What does that do for me? What does that do for me? Well, it didn't seem to light her hair on fire or anything. We sabotage the crank via the chandelier. No. There's no trick associated with the thing above the chandelier, which is, I think, what you would have to do. What? What? Wait. What? What deterministic change just happened? Is it just timing? Is that what it was? That can't be right, though. That's so stupid. That's really dumb, and I hate it, though. Like, that's not, like, a clever puzzle at all. That's really dumb. Amelie, help me! I'm the devil, and I've been hoisted by my own devilish petard. Sorry, Mom. I'm too dizzy to get up. I'm afraid I can't help you right now. Here's to the weakness of my darling Angel Cling. The chandelier is on there tighter than her wedding band. She won't be able to escape on her own. That's actually pretty messed up, but okay. So... it does still sort of leave me with the problem of getting that phone over there. If I recall, the novelist said she didn't like the dark. I don't want her thrashing around any more than she is already. I mean... what is going on here? It really took her long enough to ask that question, huh? Emily, look! Do you see this? Help! I'm too busy dying. Can't get out of bed. My head is spinning. I guess you'll just have to stay up there, because I don't like you very much. Looks like this lady won't be going anywhere for a while. Only trouble is she can't reach the phone. Guess I'll have to deliver it to her. Yeah, I mean, that was pretty clearly like... that's right, the angle of those candles. I saw something very similar. No, like, I understand that. Oh, no. Wow. Poor mouse. Squeak, squeak. Well, I mean, that solves my conundrum, but that's rough, buddy. Swing harder, flame mouse. Now, that portion of that puzzle was a lot easier than I expected. As opposed to the previous part, which... I'm not sure telephones or physics work that way. Dinosaurs might. What in the world is going on here? She got better. Luckily, the rat is not dead, but yeah, poor rat, for sure. Oh, goody! Excuse me a minute while I call Papa, okay, Mama? It'll only be a minute. Don't you dare, Amelie! Blah, blah, blah. Nobody likes you. Eh. Hello, Papa?
Amelie! Is that you?
Of course it is, silly. What did you think?
But I heard they said you were... No, never mind, it's not important.
Silly old Papa. Happy birthday, Papa.
Birthday? Oh, right, it is my birthday today, isn't it?
I'm sorry I couldn't celebrate tonight. Thanks to mean old Mama.
Oh, your mean old mama. I mean, your mother. What is she up to right now?
Well, she's certainly up, all right. Nico says, Esco, look away for one moment, you set the rat on fire. Yeah, but I had to, like, save the... Listen, I know that it would be a spoiler for me to explain this, but if I don't continue the game, Neko, something really bad will happen to a character to which is even more unacceptable to inflict violence than the rat. So I need you to trust me on this. But I do also appreciate Twitch's observation of it looked away for one moment also before I lit it on fire. Hey Jakey, welcome to the stream. Probably not going for too much longer because we should not probably be streaming, but I hope you're doing well. My stubborn mother is kind of tied up at the moment. Get me down! She needs to be taught a lesson for causing us so much trouble.
No, Amelie. I'm the one who was wrong. Could you tell your mother I'm sorry?
What do you have to be sorry about?
I was just about to make a terrible mistake. But it's all right now.
Oh, okay.
You're still young. There's a lot I can't tell you right now. The job of a justice minister is very complicated, you see.
Okay.
But just remember, you're always the most important thing to your mother and me. Did you do something naughty to your mother? If you did, I want you to apologize.
I don't think I did anything, unless I'm Carrie from the book and film of the same name by Stephen King. But okay, I'll apologize.
That's a good girl.
Okay, Papa, I love you. Bye-bye.
I love you too, Amelie. Say goodnight to Buttons. That's the dog, right? Didn't think that through. It's been a long time since I've watched the Animaniacs.
Mama? I'm sorry.
My goodness, why the sudden change?
I guess I was wrong about you. I didn't understand.
Oh, Amelie.
I thought all you ever did was write these weird novels.
That makes me a little sad.
Papa said the job of Justice Minister was complicated.
Yes, your father's job is very complicated and difficult. That's why I couldn't talk to you about most of it. But you're right, I shouldn't treat you like such a little girl anymore. You're growing up after all.
And I promise to stop calling your novels weird and try actually reading them. Well, actually, maybe don't do that.
What? No, maybe wait until you're a little older.
Okay.
So, Amelie, if you're feeling a little more charitable towards your old mama, do you think you could get me down?
You know, I would love to do that, but I'm just too dizzy and sick. It's less funny when she actually passes out.
Tonight, on this holiest of nights, my deadline. Looks like the only thing pressing on me will be this chandelier.
Well, yeah, your husband's at the office. Bing bada bing!
Here's to Papa and Mama's darling angel.
Stop toasting with that cigarette glass. All of a sudden, everybody's getting along again. It's such an abrupt change, I can't understand it. Is this what family is all about? In any case, the situation has changed dramatically now. I just hope the mysteries of me can be cleared up as quickly as the furrows on the minister's brow. I don't know where Camilla is, but at least now the Justice Minister's doubts are dispelled. I think I'll go back to his office where everybody's waiting for the prison van. And surely there will be no more problems at all. The minister's family now has their smiles and harmony back. That's right, they're a music group. You didn't pick up on that subtext? But Camilla is still in the hands of the kidnappers. I decided to go back to the Justice Minister's office. It's weird that wasn't a chapter break, because that was definitely recap text. Surprisingly, the minister's brow was still just as furrowed as ever. Quite unlike a father who has just learned his daughter is safe, he seems to still be in the depths of despair. The atmosphere in this room is very different now. It seems to have an air of unfocused anxiety. I get the feeling something big is gonna happen. The aristocrats.
I just found out that my daughter is safe. I'd like to express my gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for my daughter's sake and for mine.
This idiot.
No need to thank us, Mr. Minister. It was nothing. What did he do? But one question. I can't help but notice your daughter is safe. And yet you still look unhappy. How about a little smile for us?
Yeah, not a great sign for this guy that he's the type who tells people to smile more. Not typically a great character trait.
Ugh. Of course, there is still the matter of the other kidnapping victim. But is that really the only thing that troubles you, Mr. Minister?
Wait, how did that guy pick up on the whole mistaken identity kidnapping thing? And why doesn't he care about it at all, if that's true? I mean, I know he's the villain, but I feel like it presents like a... It just, like, looks... It's, like, bad optics for you to demonstrate that in front of the Minister of Justice or whatever.
Please let me think in peace until the prison van arrives.
Nani? Wonder if Lynn is at the park yet. Until we get a report, I guess I'll just have to wait here. It's continued distress of the ministers. Is there really something more to it, like the inspector in white said? Let's talk to his face. Hey, Justice Minister. How about you finally admit I do exist?
That thank you I expressed, that was meant for you. You're a ghost, aren't you? And you have the power to control and manipulate people, don't you?
Well, I don't have that kind of power. I can't control you.
We've actually known, you know, for quite a while now, but I had no idea there were powers of the dead. Of ghosts.
Known? Wait, not about what?
We knew about the existence of somebody who could control others. A manipulator.
God, I want to make a really spoiler-heavy reference there. What's this?
And that's why your execution order caused me so much anguish, Detective Chow.
Mr. Minister, why don't you just tell us everything you know?
Yes, I suppose I should. You need to hear it all. All about the huge mistake this foolish man has made.
You could call this ability to manipulate others mind-jacking, but I urge you not to do so. Actually, I guess it's mind-hacking. I do like to black out that narrative.
There are some cases in this country right now that are under a top-secret investigation. Of course, you wouldn't have known about them, Detective Chow.
Right. They don't share too much top-secret information with inmates in prison.
There are 3 prisoners, including you, in the special prison you just escaped from. All 3 cases have certain points in common.
They do they? Tell us more.
The rock singer who leaked national secrets in his lyrics during a TV broadcast. This extremely upsetting fellow who defies natural laws and has a sausage head. Neither of these men had a motive for their crime. Both of their crimes were impossible.
Impossible.
The curry lover had no way of knowing how to infiltrate the commissioner's office, and the rock singer had no way of knowing the national secrets he leaked. The Special Investigation Unit submitted an investigative report to me on them. They concluded that these men's criminal acts were not of their own volition.
But how could that be?
The theory the unit came up with was the existence of a manipulator.
Manipulator, huh?
And that's when the special prison was established as a facility to research that theory.
Jowd.
Some unknown power has been at work, sat and am at work here. These past several years, Inspector Cabanella has been studying these cases.
He has he?
Manipulating somebody into committing a criminal act, according to the inspector. The first case of its kind was a locked room murder involving our nation's best detective.
Are you trying to say I was manipulated somehow into shooting Alma? I appreciate the theory, but unfortunately, I don't recall being controlled by anyone. It's just not possible to manipulate another's behavior like that. My powers certainly don't work on living creatures.
And that's what I thought at first when I heard the theory too. However, I was seriously mistaken and it proved to be a big mistake.
What? Minister's mistake. You mentioned a mistake. Could you tell us about it?
And I suppose everybody here has a right to know. All right, fine. I'll speak out loud so the Inspector Cabanela can hear it too.
Is that gonna help anything?
There's something I'd like the two of you to hear. It's about a mistake I made. Inspector Cabanela, when you first made the report about a manipulator, I'm afraid I didn't believe it at all. Impossible, I thought. Perfectly understandable, Mr. Minister. But I was wrong. That kind of power does exist. And I learned the truth of that firsthand. What's this? Nani? A month ago, I signed the order to carry out Detective Jowd's execution. However, that act wasn't of my own volition. I was being controlled. What? You never told me about this, Mr. Minister?
Ah, good old alien hand syndrome.
What's going on? This document, what am I doing? No, I mustn't sign it. Wait, don't deliver that document. That's when it started. That's when all of my fear, despair, and suffering began.
Fear, despair, and suffering.
At the time, it didn't even cross my mind that I had been manipulated, and my memory of the event was only hazy at best.
So the memory of being manipulated doesn't clearly remain, eh?
Signing execution orders is part of a justice minister's job. At the time, I just thought my psyche was rebelling against the task. But the next day it dawned on me. I remembered Inspector Cabanela's report on the existence of a manipulator. As a minister of justice, I couldn't admit what had happened to me. I only signed the execution order because I was being controlled. If something like that got out, this nation's judicial system would crumble. Besides, I had no evidence to present that I actually had been controlled. So in the end, I couldn't admit to anybody what had happened. I suppose, but it sounds a bit like an excuse. You should have at least told us, Mr. Minister. Yes, I know, I should have. I was running away from the problem. And then my wife found out I was worried about something.
Well, if you go around with an expression like that, I guess it's bound to happen.
And I explained it to her, and she was dead set against the way I was handling it. If you don't withdraw that order and tell everyone the truth immediately, I'm moving out. And then, with the kidnapping tonight, with it thrust under my nose like that, I could no longer deny my mistake. This manipulator comes upon us from somewhere unseen. That's why I've been keeping my distance from everybody.
That's why you've been telling people to stay back. So there's somebody else besides me with the powers of the dead. I'm fine with that. After all, I already know about a certain desk lamp. What I'm not fine with is the fact that person can control and manipulate living creatures. That's certainly not something I can do. I like the notion that the reason I'm upset about that is like, I also want to manipulate people and bend them to my will. I want a golden goose now, Daddy. Apparently different ghosts get different ghost tricks. But I never imagined that tonight I would find out where this kind of power comes from. Where it comes from? I mean, who doesn't, am I right? Egg for Twitch, hey!
Inspector Cabanella, this manipulator is a ghost, a departed spirit. The spirit? As a matter of fact, there's a ghost talking to us right now. Nani? Jow, don't tell me you can hear this ghost too!
I'd say the only person who can't hear him is you, and also these extras wearing these stupid hats in the background.
Spirit? Ghost? Gods in heaven!
Excuse me, Mr. Minister, I suddenly have some urgent business to attend to.
I recommend you think long and hard before making your final decision, sir. Inspector! No, phone calls are always bad news in this world.
This is Lynn, I'm at the park!
We've been waiting to hear from you. Have you found the evidence?
The situation here is kind of difficult to explain. Sissel, if you're there, come to the park immediately.
It looks like your help is needed, Sissel.
Yeah, I guess so, huh? Trick time! No, I'm already in the phone, huh? This park? That's the park, right? I don't have a different... Yeah, that's the park. I think. Is that the phone she called from? It's the only park, isn't it? Why am I so uncertain of this? Lynn calls, and I oblige. I take off towards Temsic Park, the place where clearly something big is taking place. The manipulator, the person whose very existence sheds new light on everything. Detective Jowd's crime, the execution orders, and even my own death. Could it be? Could Lynn have been manipulated into shooting me? Well, I mean, she said she didn't have memory of it, which, I mean, she had died multiple times, but also they said that the Minister of Justice didn't remember being controlled, so, like, it is consistent. Save complete. Continue playing? I mean, I'm pretty sure no, but I just want to make sure this counts as a new chapter. Yeah, let's leave that there, huh? It sure is late. How's everyone doing? On the one hand, it made my decision about what to do tomorrow a little easier. Alright, well... We're probably not going to be doing too much hanging out here, but... Can't go before we finish our last order of business. And that is, to locate the secret Squirtle. Somewhere on the couch behind me, I've hidden a Squirtle. Now, if you could see a Squirtle like this guy, he's obviously not a secret. He's right there. You can see him. He's right there. That's a Squirtle. But somewhere I've hidden a Squirtle. Either under or behind or otherwise in relation to something that you can see. And I encourage you to try and locate that Squirtle because if you locate a secret Squirtle, it will be an omen of good luck for you in the coming days. And let me tell you, the way my September's been going, I certainly feel like some good luck is due, right? By the way, while people are thinking that over, how are people enjoying the game? I mean, genuinely, I've had some, like, minor gripes with puzzle solutions. I feel like if the game wanted me to catch the angry lady in the chandelier in a specific spot, it should have given me a response other than, like, wow, look at her dodge. It should have been like, darn, I just missed, or something like that. Because, like, I had given up on trying that after doing it, like, 5 times. But, like, other than the actual, like, stealth section, like, I mean, the story of this game is great. It's even better than I remember. And I remember it being pretty great. But the, yeah, I don't know. Storytelling's just good. I like that we've reached a point where we've streamlined some of the transitions between chapters. I feel like that's probably just, like, a function of, like, the time they spent developing the game. But, like, I think that makes it a little neater than just, like, finding yourself in a random object that you completed the last puzzle in and then navigating to the next section. But yeah, I'm looking forward to finishing this, which probably, that's probably and hopefully, will be next Saturday. Said that we lit a rat on fire, but not her. I mean, we have suspended her without pay, if that helps. She's just stuck up there. But yeah, I mean, I know you're upset about the rat, and listen, frankly, I am too. The rat is a poor little innocent bystander, just an innocent little bystander. But it's really important that we keep going, because if we didn't, it would be a problem. And in fact, I think that you will, if I remember correctly, you will understand what that means pretty soon, next week. So yeah, next Saturday we'll be finishing this game off probably. Next Friday, I have to figure out what Halloween game I'm playing, and then Halloween games for October. But for now, let's go see if we can find that secret Squirtle. I see a couple guesses for our newest edition, as well as Squidbeard the Pirate. I think that's all the ones I see, and I'm not surprised that people are tuning out this late, so let's go for it. You're closer to hand. It's Squidbeard. Afraid no Squirtle there, just our little tiny Lorenzo clone. Look at him. Look at his little feet. They're very small. Yeah, you guys, I mean, it's super obvious. Let's take a look at our new friend. Oh my, she's so good. Look, just look. How could this be any better? What's the one under Cornelia called? Something that starts with a E? What's your name? You are... No, it's Loon. The sea monster is Loon. L-U-N-E. Could have a parrot on its shoulder. It's a crab. It doesn't have a shoulder. Crab joke. And look. It has little feet, so I can do this. This is why... If I hadn't made this abundantly clear, this is why crab squishmallows are my favorite. Like, ever since I got Carlos, I just, like, when I'm having a bad day, I'll go over and pick him up and do this. Because I love him. The crab pirate is obviously very good. I don't know if you can tell, but I put Neko's tiny pirate hat on Carlos so that they could both be pirate crabs today. Did you say what the name was? It's Loon, L-U-N-E, is the one you were asking about. The crab is Kaylee, C-A-I-L-E-Y. Kaylee. So cute. I really like this. I didn't know this existed. This is apparently a Halloween one from last year, if I've interpreted her tag correctly. They definitely didn't have this at my grocery store last year. Yeah, Kaylee and Carlos. They're such good friends. And she has, like, little rainbow feet, because, like, the top ones are purple, and then pink, and then kind of orange. And, I feel like I had some other thing I was going to say about something, but it's escaped from my head. Anyway, I love this crab. I love all the crabs. Yeah, rainbow feet are great. This is like a pinnacle of character design. Is this crab? I love it extremely much. Yeah, I think that covers everything. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being you, and I hope to see you again soon. I hope you'll join me for something spooky in the month of October, or possibly for what I intend to be the finale of this next Saturday. It might also be a little bit of a long stream, to be fair. It's possible I should have just let there be another stream of this, but it's fine. It's fine. I will try to sort out the schedule early in this week and let people know what that's going to look like on the Discord so people can try to be around for specific whatever, because I know people's schedules have changed and things and whatever. But that'll do it for now. Look forward to Halloween stuff and the conclusion of this game, and also more Pirate Crab. And until all of those things come to pass, remember that you are Clawsome. Clawsome. Clawsome.